You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois. It's 12:30 a.m. the night of October 15th, the early morning of October 16th, 2022. And we are here to play a fan-made case for one of our favorite games, Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. Here is the cover of the Magenta Book. It's got a beautiful drawing here. I don't know where this is from. It's too good to be just a fan-made drawing. You can see there's a skull, but it's really a mirror that a woman is looking into. Really beautiful. We're going to talk a little bit about what this is, why we're playing it, what to expect. This is a free print and play fan-made case. There are quite a few of these available on the Board Game Geek website. They tend to be all in the file section for the Thames murders. That's the reprint of the first of the original Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective box. There are lots of print and play fan-made cases for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. We've played a couple, not nearly as many as we need to. I'd like to do more of these. What do we know about this one, the Magenta Book? Okay, this was brought to us. We decided, someone suggested, maybe Jonathan was the one who found this, suggested that maybe we've been trying to play like spooky, horror-y, supernatural games for October. So that's why we're playing this specific one. I don't know too much about it. I know that in March 2021, March 2021 is when it was originally posted by someone named, let's see, we've got his name here somewhere in the introduction. Marthinus Conradie. Marthinus Conradie. And if you go to the Board Game Geek page for this, you can see he goes by the username Karen, and I believe he's from South Africa. At least that's what this says, South Africa. And you can see, we could see what kind of games he likes, but that's not important for us. You can also see on this file section page that it was originally posted with a different title, The Spell Book, in 2021 of March, and then in 2022 it was updated to this form that we have here and renamed the Magenta Book. And he says somewhere on this thread, I've uploaded a revised version of the Spellbook, which is now titled the Magenta Book. This version features a beautiful graphic redesign by Marco Giffarelli and Michelle Scornavaca. I believe these are two Italians who posted an Italian translation of the book in the process. And then I just posted 18 minutes ago a little link to this video. Matt says, the cover illustrations from a Def Leppard album cover. I somehow have my suspicions about that. I suspect that this is a image that many artists have copied, like the skull reflecting thing. But is that really? I don't doubt that they used the image on a Def Leppard album cover, but I somehow doubt that that's its origin, but I could be wrong. All right, so there's the author. We don't know if we have no idea the quality of it. Good enough that someone translated it to Italian. But other than that, I have no expectations of this game. We try to play these fan-made games with a little bit more leniency and lower expectations than the published games, with a sort of a more not as critical eye. But I really don't know what to expect. I know there's a newspaper, so I've printed it out. I know there's a newspaper. And I thought it said that we need the map from any game, which I have. You can see I've put out the map. The one I always use is from the West End, the new Space Cowboys West End Adventures Jack the Ripper red box. I thought I read that it needs this map. However, there's something very confusing about that theory, that idea, in that I quickly looked as I printed it out. I put the neighborhoods in tabs, but there's a CE neighborhood, a CO, an NO, an SE, and an SO. So I'm a little confused about that. I wonder if it's just that his version of it is from South Africa and CE means East Central and CO might be West Central, Northwest, Center West, Northwest, Southeast, Southwest. I think that must be it. I think I was going to say these can't be the maps because they're wrong, but I have a feeling now that I think about it that maybe it's because his South African version has O is for West. That would be EC, North, West Central, Northwest, Southwest, Southeast, Southwest. Okay, so maybe we'll have to remember to translate these, but okay, I think that makes the most sense. O for West. Maybe someone knows South African, they can tell us why that would make sense, what the word is for West. Okay, anything else to talk about before we get into this game that I have no idea what to expect, although I can see we're already going to have to do a little bit of translating. We don't know how long it's going to take. We don't know how difficult it's going to be. Otherworldly Ravenous Beast says, in Portuguese, West is Oeste, so it might be something like that. It very well might. Okay, I've got my notebook in front of me. I've got my stickers if we want to keep track of where we've been. The other thing that I'm not thrilled about is I can see that as beautifully laid out as this is, and it is beautifully laid out, that the text is in this script on this busy colored background that makes it quite hard to read. That's from the Yastari version. They're the people who pioneered that approach of using that script on the patterned background, which is very hard to read. Lots of people complained. Yastari is the company that merged into Space Cowboys that made the 1986 version of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective that predated the modern Space Cowboys version. One interesting little bit of trivia is I believe that our author of Bureau of Investigation, which you can see behind me there by Gregory Pravat, I believe he said that they did that on purpose to make it so that you wouldn't accidentally read other paragraphs. I'm not 100% sure I believe that. But it does make it harder to read. So I've got my glasses on. We might be reading a little slower than normal. All right, set 27 October 1888. Anything else we should talk about before we jump into this? Jonathan, was it you who suggested we play this? That we play this for Halloween? Do you know anything else about it? We don't know, in general, Sherlock Holmes has no supernatural elements. It's all humans and sort of the Scooby-Doo theory, or classic Scooby-Doo theory, where the ghosts aren't real. They have to figure out who is pretending to be a ghost. But we don't know in this case if they're going to stick with that idea or if there are going to be supernatural elements. Matt says, whenever I'm right, whenever someone says I'm right, we immediately go to the chat and we dwell on it. Matt says, you're right. The original illustration was by Charles Allen Gilbert, called All is Vanity. Anna says the spellbook version is easily readable, the original version. Well, that's a shame, but I don't know if he changed anything else. I know he says that the mystery is the same. So Anna is perhaps saying I should have printed out the spellbook version, the original version. Okay, I don't know if they changed anything else, though. A year had passed. It's kind of surprising if they didn't change anything else, but maybe Anna's going to play the original and will tell us if she notices anything different. All right, well, let's get into this and read the introduction. The Magenta Book, 27 October 1888. The illustration is from, Matt says, 1892. Photograph version was done for the album called Retroactive, if that makes sense. Okay. Okay, here we go. The Magenta Book, Saturday, October 27th, 1888, by Marthinus Conradie. Fog smothers the morning sunlight when Mr. James Carow warms his hands by the fire inside 221B Baker Street. He introduces himself as head butler. Oh, there's a little bit of formatting weirdness. Head butler, ... to the late Mr. Kurt Norwood. I will keep no secrets, Mr. Holmes. His voice is a strident basso, unaffected by 50 years of service. My employer held beliefs unsuited to Christian minds. My own principles prohibited criticism, but now I suspect that his obsession with magic precipitated his murder. Hence the ritual accoutrement discovered upon his body. Mr. Sherlock Holmes issues a long plume of smoke, his eyes distant. The facts, Mr. Carow. Of course. Recently, Mr. Norwood acquired a rare book. He bought the item from Mr. Peter Northrop, and... Peter Northrop, Dr. Watson interrupts, who committed suicide a week ago? 5 days ago, October 22nd, age 65, Holmes adds in a distracted tone. That is the case, Mr. Carow continues. Peter Northrop initially bought the book as a gift for his wife last year. My employer was deeply distressed. He was convinced that its pages contained some arcane knowledge that, if unraveled by an astute mind, could yield the power to summon spirits. We watch Mr. Holmes closely, but cannot detect the slightest reaction. Dr. Watson, however, rolls his eyes disdainfully. Boy, that's hard to read. James Carow raises his hands, palms out. I neither condone nor share such pursuits, gentlemen. Mr. Holmes inquired about after the facts. The first fact is that Miss Lucille Northrop possessed the book. The second is that my employer yearned for it. Both individuals were obsessed with occult knowledge and... But you said, Dr. Watson interrupts again, that Kurt Norwood had acquired the book recently. Why would Peter Northrop sell an item he had gifted to his wife? Here I must stray from known facts, if you will permit. I believe that Mr. Northrop committed suicide because he had discovered the true depths of his wife's commitment to her unchristian practices. Before he hung himself, he sold the book to my employer. In doing so, he could at least rid his house of its devilish presence. James Carroll pauses for a moment, and pain suffuses his wrinkled features. I recall the glee with which Mr. Norwood entered his house on October the 20th, yelling, "Humph, humph," while waving the book over his head. I cannot even tell you by the title of this volume. I cannot even tell you the title of this volume, for it has been scraped off the leather cover, which I have here. Last night I heard the sound of a firearm. I was slow to fully awaken, but when I ran outside, I discovered Mr. Court Norwood shot dead 100 yards from the magic circle he had constructed in his garden of his London home. The book, gentlemen, has vanished. It is my belief that Miss Lucille Northrop came to the house to claim what she considers her property. I also... but why act so violently? Dr. Watson interjects again. I cannot say for certain, Dr. Watson, but the end of October nears. Perhaps that accounts for Lucille Northrop's actions. James Carroll opens his mouth to continue, but Mr. Holmes forestalls him. Anna says, I think he was yelling triumph when he acquired the book. Yes. He walked in the house yelling triumph, triumph, while waving the book over his head. Boy, it's hard to read this script. Okay, Holmes forestalls him. Thank you, Mr. Carroll. We possess all we need to make a start. I assume we can find you at Mr. Norwood's address should we require more information. Mr. Carroll seems crestfallen. His training as a man of service, however, overcomes his desire to say more. Of course, he says. Wiggins, Mr. Holmes drawls languidly after Carrow's departure. I have a puzzle of my own to unravel. I trust you and yours can resolve this matter. Here is a copy of today's Times. Thank you. You may go now. And we've got a photo, a picture, drawing illustration. I guess this is our butler talking to Holmes. Here's Watson sitting in the background listening. Warning. This case is not connected to other cases in the universe of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective and could present characters in a way that conflicts with their representation in other cases. That is interesting. What does that mean? Could mean there's some occult stuff going on here. All right, I really wish they hadn't used the script and this background. The combination of the script and the background was just a terrible idea, but it was a great intro, yes. All right, let's see what we've got here. So James Carroll is our butler. He's the butler to Kurt Norwood. Okay. Norwood acquired a book he bought from Peter Northrop. Boy, okay. To Northwood and Northrup. That seems a bad choice, but that explains why it was a little bit confusing. But we're going to have to keep that in mind. Norwood is his boss. Northrup is the person, Peter Northrop is the person he bought it from. Okay, Peter Northrop, who he bought it from, committed suicide a week ago. He says 5 days ago, the October 22nd. So today's the 27th. 22nd, Peter Northrop killed himself, age 65. And he says, Peter Northrop, the person that the book was bought from, originally bought it as a gift for his wife last year, a year ago. When that happened, the butler's employer, Norwood, was very upset because he wanted this book. He thought it had powers to summon spirits. Then eventually, I guess, we're led to believe that the original buyer, Peter Northrop, who gave it to his wife, Lucille Northrop, became troubled that his wife was using it for bad stuff. So Watson said, why would this guy Peter Northrop sell the book that he got for his wife? And he said, well, I have to speculate a little bit, but probably Peter Northrop didn't realize his wife was such an occultist and he wanted to get rid of it. So he's happy to sell it to our guy. Our guy Norwood enters his house on October 20th yelling triumph. He's got the book. So we might want to make a little timeline. And then he hears, last night I heard a firearm. He goes outside. He's shot dead 100 yards from a magic circle he constructed in his garden. And the butler thinks Lucille came back to get her book. We ask why so violently, why is she so desperate? The butler says, the butler, I believe, says it's probably near the end of October. She probably wanted it for a ritual. And then the butler has more he wants to talk about, but Holmes cuts him off for some reason. But he does tell us where he can be found at Mr. Norwood's address, which must be in the directory. And then Holmes says, I have a puzzle of my own to unravel. Related to our case or not, but he gives it Wiggins and he gives us today's times. Okay. So if we're making a timeline, right, how does the timeline go? We've got, I guess maybe we'll write it in our notebook. We're taking, when the game interests us, we take our time and do this. Okay, so October 20th, we've gotten October 22nd. We've gotten October 27. 27th is today. We brought the case. On the 22nd is Northrop suicide. And on the 20th is when Norwood gets the book. And I suppose, is it last night that this happened? Last night. So I guess we're saying October 26th was the book stolen and Norwood killed. A year ago, Northrop bought the book for his wife. Okay, so this is 1888, and then 1887, Northrop buys the book for the wife. For wife. Okay, and it's Peter Northrop and Kurt Norwood. Peter Northrop is the original owner of the book. Kurt Norwood is our butler's guy, and our butler is James Caro and Lucille Northrop is the occult wife. This guy's the butler. This Kurt Norwood is the boss. Peter Northrop is the original buyer, we'll call him. I know that's a little hard to read, but that's all right for now. Okay. Does this guy say why he wants to have us solve this? He does tell us he's the Christian guy, so he's pretending he doesn't care about this book. He just cares about his master being killed under suspicious circumstances. Head butler. The ritual accoutrement discovered on his body, so we'd like to know what those things on the body were, wouldn't we? Like what was discovered on his body? All right, I suppose the place to start is probably the newspaper. So let us look at the newspaper. Nice tiny font. Okay, we've got our cubes to help us. Okay, it's the London Times, Saturday, October 27th. Jonathan says maybe the subtext of why he's here is because he's worried about Lucille summoning demons. Interesting. Okay, so Saturday, October 27th. Let's make a new note page for the newspaper. So October 27th is the day that this guy was killed, right? Not the day. Oh no, this is the day this is the day after the murder. Okay, let's see. Personals. JC, since you have failed to respond to earlier correspondence, heed this warning. Payment due this week at R&R or else. JC is the initials of our butler. Do you think this is our butler? I'm a little bit suspicious of our butler. If he is this Christian guy, like he hasn't said what, he hasn't given us good motivation why he's on his own trying to have us solve this case. Let's just make a note here. Butler? Question mark. All right. And we don't know what this R&R is. It's the, I think a Raven and, oh now we know, it's the Raven and Rat. I was going to say, I think it's Porky's bar. Found on 26th near Victoria Bank. Here, I'll just move this up. A gentleman's walking stick with silver top and inscription, "To my darling husband Ned. Apply at the Raven and Rat." Sounds like it's just telling us where the Raven and Rat is, if we didn't know. Servant, meet at MH. That's ominous. That's like servant of the devil, meet at MH. This reminded me, when we were reading the intro, I wanted to mention a movie that this very much reminds me of. Does anyone have a movie that this reminds them of? It's a very good movie. I'll give you a clue. A very good movie. A very occultish, supernatural themed movie. Jonathan knows it. The Ninth Gate. That's right. The Ninth Gate with Johnny Depp. I highly recommend that movie. I like that. I like The Ninth Gate a lot. Yes, it does remind me of The Ninth Gate. Okay, let's read this newspaper, then we'll take a break. Servant, meet at MH. That's creepy. Deaths. On the 30th of September at the British Legation, Stockholm, of inflammation of the lungs, Mr. Corbett, Her Britannic Majesty's Envoy Extraordinaire and Minister Plenipotentiary to His Majesty the King of Sweden and Norway. On the 24th of October at Little Hangleton, Benjamin, beloved child of Daniel and Clara Braddock, 10 years. Poor kid. Forger arrested. Harold Harrows, a man in his late 40s who had appeared to lead a respectable and responsible life as an estate manager, has been unmasked. Unmasked as a masterful forger of personal correspondence, political documents, letters by people of historical significance, and other artifacts. Mr. Harrows is being charged, among other felonies, with creating simulacra of letters and manuscripts falsely attributed to Renaissance authors. He is being held at the Old Bailey, where he awaits trial. Is it possible our manuscript has been forged? That's very intriguing, isn't it? Then there's a little advertisement here for Keller Kurtz and Company, manufacturers of gold, pearl, Arundel tinted spectacles and eyeglasses, it looks like it says. If you're having trouble reading it off the screen, just think how much trouble I'm having reading it in person. Tinted spectacles and eyeglasses. Okay, so if we meet someone who's got tinted spectacles and eyeglasses, we'll know who to do. Little Hangleton, 10 years old child. Is that a Harry Potter reference? I don't know. Can someone kill the spam in the channel? Entertainments. The Pavilion proudly announces the arrival of Loretta Carnegie and Sean Galloway. Performance at the Pavilion Music Hall start from next week until the 30th of November, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 8 p.m. Okay, not started yet. We can't see it. Crime. Gaston Grand strikes London. Regular readers will recall that last year, 5 homes in Edinburgh suffered criminal intrusion by miscreants who left calling cards bearing the name Gaston Gang. In each case, wealthy homes were targeted when its owners were engaged elsewhere. The villains struck with uncanny alacrity. 2 homes were robbed on the same night and another 2 on the night thereafter. During the 5th intrusion, which occurred the 3rd night, the scoundrels were surprised by the owner, who had altered his plans for the evening. A firearm was discharged, but no injuries sustained by anyone. Last night, the ruffians struck London, burgling the home of Mr. Roger Garrard. Scotland Yard believes that the gang derives its name from one Enrico Gaston, a blackguard and rogue of French birth. Mr. Gaston hails from a wealthy family, and it has been alleged that he turned to crime for no other motive than a heinous deficiency of character. It is also believed that he paid to accommodate his gang in a resplendent hotel in Edinburgh before disappearing last year with the police on their heels shortly after their latest excursion. During the chase from the hotel, 2 unknown accomplices were seen fleeing with Mr. Gaston, but these persons remain unidentified. Mr. Gerard, the first London-based victim of the gang thus far, has requested that curious members of the public respect his privacy. But we can disclose that, as was the case last year, the thieves possessed intimate knowledge of the location of valuables. Interesting. Okay, Jonathan and Anna say they don't see the spam. That's fine. I don't see it in the browser. I don't see it in this thing that's showing you either. I see it on my other monitor. That's fine. It must have been that YouTube automatically deleted it. That's fine. I don't know why it's showing in one of my monitors and not the other. That's okay, though. All right, continuing here. So this was an interesting side story about these robberies with lots of detail. The Gaston gang. Looks like maybe this is a typo. This should be gang, not gang. Gand. But these thieves seem to know where the valuables can be found. Okay, interesting, maybe side case. Situations required assistance with the creation of magical wands. Magical wards? Magical wards or magical wands? It says wards, but I wonder. Apply at 17 Dean Street Northwest. And Tina says, it's interesting that these robberies are happening every year. I didn't pick up on that, but I think you might be right. Let's see. Last year, 5 homes in Edinburgh. I'm looking at the thefts again. Last year, wealthy people were robbed. And then last night, they struck London again. Interesting. Something related to an occult ritual, maybe. Okay, magic wards or magic wands. We don't know which. Required a fellow practitioner of the occult arts for the construction of shielding against malicious magic. Be warned, charlatans will be unmasked at once. Inquire at 64 Charles Street. T&H Smith's Gold Medal Coffee Essences. I guess this and this seem to be separate things. It's just an ad here that I cannot read and you cannot read. Let's see if my glasses can read it. Delightful aroma, full strength. No address on there. T&H Smith's Gold Medal Coffee. Okay. There's a lot of occult stuff going on in London today. To the editor of the Times, a warning to witches and heathens. It has not gone unknown to citizens of good character that there are people in London with unhealthy interests in dark magic. This cannot and will not go without punishment. A noble citizen. Sounds like some anti-magic vigilantes. No more matches. The automatic magic pocket lamp opens and lights with the smallest pressure of the thumb. Greatest novelty of the century. It looks like we do have an address of this one, although it sure is hard to read here, but it's 5 Hatton Garden, E.G. E.G. I guess we can't go to that one. Okay. Rare books acquired. An account of occult societies in the British Isle, 400 to 1850 AD, by the Reverend James Ackroyd, esteemed fellow of St. James College, Cambridge. Inquire at Pickering and Chatto Rare Books. Interesting. That could be good background information. Anna says that the address of the magic pocket lamp was EC. I guess you're right. I guess EC is a place we can go. Boy, that looks like almost... Maybe that says EC. really at that font, even with my glasses, it looks like could be HG, EG. I agree from the screen, it looks like EC. Okay, so maybe we can go to that. Anna has the better printout. The worse, the older, inferior print, which is easier to read. Okay. Okay, so rare books. And then here's the Devil's Club, a disclosure of covens and other purportedly modern gatherings for the purposes of witchcraft in the British Empire by Sir Jonathan Hornby. Inquiries at Quaritch Books, 66 Northwest. Anna says she's reading the actual PDF where she can zoom in, I guess. Okay, so it's unlike most of the games where the paper items, the newspaper items are like maybe you see one that looks relevant, not two that look relevant. This is like the entire paper is about a cult. William's favorite soap. I wonder if I'm not under the high-res camera. Let me see. I think this must be the highest high-res camera. Okay, I don't see, it's just an ad here. All right. Madame de Zarinsky. Madame Zarinsky. Medium extraordinaire will remain in London until November 1st. Spirits of deceased contacted. Assistance with criminal investigations offered. Witnesses spied from a distance. Missing objects located. Madame D resides as Quest at the home of Mr. Omar Kamal, 57 South East. That's a typo. That should be resides as guest. Okay, a couple typos in this so far. Boards and residence apartments. Bedford Place 39, Russell Square, WC, for families, gentlemen, and unmarried ladies. Excellent table. I think that means excellent food. Manservant available. Bathroom, lingue, stranair, compress. Tarif moderate. Moderate cost, moderate tax. Foreign languages understood. Terms moderate. What does lingue straniere compress mean? Tariff moderate, I think, is just saying it's a small fee. This is clearly like foreign language friendly place. But I wonder what lingue... lingue might mean language. Language, I don't know. Maybe someone can tell us. Can someone translate lingue straniere compresse? Compress. While we're waiting for that, let's go to the back page of the news. Full page illustration. Blind Man's Bluff. Turn around 3 times and catch whom you may, as played by the police. This is probably a period cartoon. I'm not sure if it's making fun of the police. Blind Man's Bluff as played by the police. This is a joke about the police not being able to catch people. Turn around 3 times and catch who you can. Anna says, lingue straniere compress means foreign languages understood. Let's see if... Let me just see if this is indeed this camera. Yeah, it is the close-up camera. Let's see if I can get it a little better. Okay. So there's our newspaper read. Lots of I didn't even bother marking all the ones that were relevant because they seem all relevant. This is going to be a very occultish case. What we don't know is whether the occult in this story is going to be real, if there's going to be real supernatural elements or just a bunch of people who believe in it. Very appropriate case for Halloween. Well done picking this case. And it's interesting, and it looks like there's a lot to look at. All right, we're going to take our 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll dig into it. We've just read the introduction. We haven't done any visiting of places. So if you think you might want to play this game on your own, remember it's free, print and play. You can download it. You can come back and watch this video after you finish to see how you did, or you can play along with us. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're playing the Magenta Book, previously known as the Spell Book. And I'm at a little bit of a quandary here about the formatting of this case. We noticed a couple things when we looked at this. This is the revised edition, but doesn't seem to... Sounds like they didn't change anything. It just says it was reformatted on the webpage. But then we know we actually changed the name of it to the Magenta Book. So I don't know if there are other changes. We did notice that the neighborhoods start at CECOSESO, as if they were translated. I wonder now if this is translated from Italian and back or something. I just went on the website during the break and downloaded the older version and noticed not just that it was called Spellbook, it's a lot easier to read, but also the neighborhoods now are not misnamed. And they're in a different order. So it starts Southwest, Southeast, WC. So I'm sort of tempted to use the original, given that the neighborhood names were changed. Like, are they gonna... I find that a little bit confusing. When we looked at the newspaper, were they all Northwest? So the newspaper uses the neighborhoods not mistranslated. I think I'm going to swap out to the original stuff. So if you'll just bear with me. And then I think maybe we'll keep an eye open for any changes. But It's also not in columns anymore. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this. Is this a bad idea? Did they change anything? I'm just feeling like maybe they changed. The stuff that was changed is changed for the Italian version. You're seeing, it's a little bit troublesome because they don't end exactly. All right, I guess that's close enough. I don't see anyone on the chat talking. We are back, right? Has the occult forces interfered with the YouTube streaming? They're also full pages. Something tells me that they rearranged the formatting, but actually they've got pictures in the new one that aren't in this one. I don't know if this is the right decision. Seems like there were some illustrations that the Italians added that we're going to be missing. Well, we'll keep the new one handy in case we want to refer to it. All right. And then these are not quite right anymore. Well, you're seeing a little bit of... I try to do this stuff before you guys have to experience it, but this one was not handled as well. All right. And then I really need to label these somehow. Guess it's not important that you be able to read these parts, just that I be able to label the neighborhoods. All right, we'll be almost ready to go. Let's just do this last thing. So this is the start of Southwest neighborhood. This is the start of Northwest. West Central. Southeast. East Central. Okay. And it says, I suspect the lady from the paper could be a faker, but our victim was involved in some Cthulhu level stuff. Okay, and then we do have the introduction in the easy to read format too. I'm just going to add that one here. I won't replace it. I'll add the newspaper and intro to our intro here, just so we can read it better. And in case there were any typos. Where was the typo? Okay, let's do a little test here. Where was the typo about the ward or one? Okay, so look. Here's the first thing. Remember, this read Gaston Gand. In the new version, here it says gang. So that was a typo in the new one that's not in this one. There was another one here. Where's the magic wands or wards? Let's see, where was that? It was our newspaper. Magical wards was under situations. Magical wards. Oh, okay. Still wards. All right. let us begin. We've read the paper. We've seen a bunch of interesting stuff. All right. Quest and guest. That's right. Quest and guest. But I don't remember where that. Oh, yeah. Where was that? It was. Resides as quest. And in the old one, it says resides quest too. Okay. That was an original typo. All right. Where would we go first? That was a long, well, it had to be done. Now we can at least read stuff better. So the butler had more stuff to tell us. Lucille, I think maybe we go talk to Lucille. What do you think? She's our prime suspect. Let's get her side of the story. Lucille. So Lucille Northrop. Let's actually see if this game has these people in. Let's look up Northrop. Okay, here we go. Peter Northrop and Lucille Northrop both live at 47 Southeast. Okay. Let's go talk to Lucille. John says, I have the PDF of new version. Maybe I can keep an eye out for illustrations and alert me. Okay, good. If that won't interfere with your enjoyment, it doesn't sound like the new version did anything important. So even if there are changes, I don't think we should worry about it. So Jonathan, if focus on we may need your powers of deduction on this. Okay, 47 Southeast. Here we go. It's been a while since I played these. I almost forgot how we normally play these, which is to record each place we go. Okay, 47 Southeast Lucille. Here we go. Lucille Northrop is what our mothers might have described as an odd duck. She is beautiful in a haughty, cold fashion and somewhere around 35. Her cheekbones are high and hard enough to chip ice. Her eyes are heavily lidded and distracted. The dark hue of her skin and locks put us in a mind of Mediterranean islands. We notice an oblong case of mahogany resting on her lap. Jonathan says 47 Southeast in the new book has a picture of Lucille. There we go. There's Lucille. All right. I already see a problem, though. Boy, this is unfortunate. There is an extra entry in the new document that's not in the original. I see this, the old one starts at 47 Southeast, the other one has another one. So we got some bad news. I guess we gotta go back to ours because he's added stuff. That's unfortunate. John says, well, at least we figured this out quickly. Okay. So back we go. All right, you guys can go have a bathroom break while I redo this. But if they've added entries, then I'm willing to suffer through the bad font, not to miss out on the entries. Okay, so we swap in, and now we have to do this. You don't need to see that. All right, we're just undoing everything I did. Going back, we can always refer to the old one. It would have been nice. Well, lots of things in life would be nice. We're not dealing with perfection. And then we've got our finale in question. All right. Okay, and then we'll keep our old version nearby in case we have trouble reading something. All right, that's fine. And now the only thing I need to do is change these labels so we can find neighborhoods a little more easily. All right, there's our newspaper. We've got the old and the new. Let's just label these sections again. That's not the right one. I wonder if one of you is like going through the PDF and has solved the case yet. All right, this is going to be fine. It's all going to be fine. Okay, so this is CE. We'll do the translations as we encounter them. CE. N-O. We think the O's are west, right? S-E. S-O. So we think S-O is really southwest, southeast, northwest. Right, O is west, so this is west central, and this is east central. Okay, I think we're okay now. Jonathan, ever the optimist, says at least we figured this out early. By early, we mean 1 hour in. And it says, no worries, just eating my breakfast here. Okay. I've got the best viewers. All right, so now we're gonna go visit Lucille, who's at 47 Southeast. Let's see what Lucille has to say. And now we get our full picture of Lucille. That's not going to be a drawing that was made for this game. This is going to be a real famous drawing. I recognize the style, though I don't know the artist, but I can recognize quality when I see it and know that this is not a homemade little drawing. No credit given to the original artist. That's a shame. Okay. Now we have to read this. We are ushered into the parlor of Mr. Wait. Is that right? Oh, sorry. 47 Southeast. I started reading something else because I can't see the font. Lucille Northrop is what our mothers might have described as an odd duck. She's beautiful in a haughty, cold fashion and somewhere around 35. Her cheekbones are high and hard enough to chip ice. Her eyes are heavily lidded and distracted. The dark hue of her skin and locks puts us in mind of the Mediterranean islands. We notice an oblong case of mahogany resting on her lap. I do not deny that I covet the knowledge in the Regno del Hombre. We assume she's referring to the book. I am referring to the book my husband sold to Kurt, she confirms. You may simply call it the Magenta Book. That is the hue of its cover, and we do not call upon its full title in vain. The Regno del Hombre. Of course, Wiggins replies, but none of us know what to make of this information. So, Wiggins continues, Ms. Northrop, your husband sold your book to Kurt Norwood. That seems inappropriate. Lucille Northrop's expression remains placidly distant, and you surmise that in a fit of hysterical rage, she's talking now, and you surmise that in a fit of hysterical rage, I murdered Kurt to recover my property? Well, I did recover my property. She opens the box on her lap. It contains a rather unimpressive, vaguely magenta-hued and tatted book. Behold, she says. Wiggins stutters. How did... I recovered the book from Kurt's circle. When I learned that my husband had sold the book behind my back, it was easy to guess whom he had sold it to. I could not confront my husband because he chose to expend his inner fire in suicide. That is a grave sin, and those who die... I'll just see if it's... Oh, I don't think it's in the close-up camera. There. That is a grave sin, and those who die thus must not be mourned. After the funeral, I corresponded with Kurt, asking that we negotiate a return of the book to me. He refused. I insisted that he at least permit me to copy key pages. Last night he was to meet me here at my home. He did not. I waited patiently, but when his carriage arrived, he was not in it. Instead, he had the gall to send some servant to repudiate my demand. I took it upon myself to visit his residence and confront him. I do not deny that I entered into his premises unlawfully by the expedient of climbing over the outer wall. I'm quite strong enough to manage it, I assure you. I knew where Kurt had constructed his circle. The book was there. Kurt was not. I heard several shots being discharged in the distance. I recovered the book and departed. Well, the title of the book is The Kingdom of the Blind, says Anna. Let's just look at the original section and see if there's anything to pay attention to. Was that in the original text, or you just translated that for us? No, it still said Regno del Hombre in the original. I guess maybe that's translated. Oh, Kingdom of the Blind is the title. Oh, I don't know what Anna's saying. Kingdom of the Blind is the title of what? Okay, so... Boy, this font is hard to read. Okay, so anyway, she's claiming that she's got in the box on her lap is the book. Very unimpressive, vaguely magenta. She says, I got it from the Circle. He wouldn't sell. After the husband died, which we know was a few days ago, by suicide, she contacts him. She tries to get the book back. Then she says, he can't mourn my husband because he took his own life, which is a grave sin. She asks Kurt to sell her the book. He said no. She says, okay, at least you got to let me copy some stuff. He says, okay, I'll meet you at your place. You can copy it. Instead, what arrives is a servant. We don't know if that's our butler who hasn't told us this. Servant arrives to say no. She goes to his house. She knows where his circle is, meaning he's part of this occult community. She knows they've got some ritual they all do or something. She sees the book in the circle, but she says Kurt's not there. Then she hears shots in the distance, takes the book and runs. It's pretty compelling little story. I don't know if I believe her or not, and I also don't know if she's got the real book or not. Okay. I guess if we're keeping notes, she says she got the book in the circle, and then Kurt shot in distance, whereas we're told he was found in the circle. What else was important? Servant sent to repudiate her. And then the name of the book. Okay, she has book. Seems like maybe she has a fake copy of the book, like someone left a fake copy for her to find. Hope she doesn't try to read any spells out of the fake copy. Regno del Hombre. What's the name of the book? All right. Does anyone... Where do you guys want to go next? We got lots of newspaper places to go. We can go back to the butler who had more stuff he wanted to tell us. Jonathan says, I think she just heard shots in the distance. Kurt never met her, so maybe Kurt was already dead. Could have been moved to the circle later. It's possible. Yes, she didn't. She may not have heard. She may have heard new shots, not the shots that killed Kurt. There are a couple angles I'm very curious to follow up on. One is the fake bookmaking. That feels like it could be an element going on in here. So I'm curious to visit the fake bookmaker in the newspaper. I mean, all of those places in the newspaper seem intriguing. But obviously the butler had more he wanted to tell us, so he would be a natural place to go. I wonder why what Holmes is up to. I guess I don't have a list of the informants, but I should get that list for us because we may want to visit some more of the informants, like the librarian. In this case, might be particularly interesting to visit. Some of the rare bookshops. If you guys don't speak up, remember how the rules work in this channel. Don't wait for me to ask questions. You just come out and make suggestions of places you want to go when you think of them. Rare books acquired. Count of occult societies. Okay. Anna says, go to the crime scene. We always go to the crime scene. Yes, you're right. And that's where the butler is. Always go to the crime scene. Jonathan says, clarification. I wonder if Kurt did plan to meet her, but was murdered before he could go. Yes, that sounds right to me. I think that's a good observation, Jonathan. If he agreed, she's like, he had the nerve to send his butler just to say no. But then, yeah, so you think maybe the servant went to say no to sort of dissuade her from coming to his scene when he didn't show up. Like, why not just not show up? But maybe the point was send someone there to say, he's decided not to meet you, so don't worry about it. Don't come visit when he doesn't show up. Okay, so Norwood is the estate that he's at. Norwood, Kurt Norwood is 64 EC. Okay. 64 EC. Norwood. Let's talk to the butler and see the scene of the crime. Here we are. We've got a little picture of the scene of the crime. Or the scene of the garden, it looks like. Looks like some water thing. A constable conducts us upon a tour of Mr. Kurt Norwood's opulent garden. The raucous noise of the city clashes violently with the koi pond and the tall trees. About 300 yards from the front door of the house, and only 20 yards from the outer wall, where Lucille said she jumped over, we are shown to a circle consisting of white stones as round and smooth as skulls, sprinkled with seashells, locks of hair, nail clippings, and much to our disgust, what appear to be dog's teeth. So here are the accoutrements of a cult ritual that we were told about. White stones as round and smooth as skulls. Anna says, we misremembered what the butler said about the scene. The butler told us that he was shot 100 yards from the magic circle, so not near it. So consistent then. What she says is consistent with the butler. That's good to know. Within the circle, more stones are arranged in strange designs that irk the eye. The body was found over here, says the constable, and leads us about 100 yards closer to the front door. Okay, so between the garden and the front door. Now take a gander at this. The constable paces another 100 yards away from the house and toward the front gate of the property. Right about here, we found a second body. A young man. The body is on its way to Sir Meeks right now. Oh, a second body. With Jasper Meeks. He'd tripped and fallen down, it would appear, while upholstering a revolver, and managed to shoot himself in the face. His accomplices then took the weapon away. And, adds a voice behind us, He carried this upon his person. Inspector Lestrade reaches us, walking from the direction of the house. In his upturned palm, we see a newspaper clipping from an 1887 edition of the Edinburgh Current. It's a report from the Gaston gang from last year, Wiggins confirms before passing the clipping to the rest of us. A calling card with the wording Gaston gang was left in the house as they always did in all the thefts committed. It seems that the man we found here, and others perhaps, broke into Mr. Norwood's home last night. The door has been forced, which suggests that they did not expect the noise to arouse suspicion. Numerous articles of high value were stolen, and it appears that the thieves were operating with an intimate knowledge of the house. This one was still carrying a sack of loot when we found his body earlier this morning. The butler, by the way, has vanished. Wow, this is a dense case so far. Okay, and that's the end of that section. So, just to recap here, we've got the front door. Let's just sort of draw a little diagram here. We've got the front door. Front door here of their mansion. That's the front door. Which is 300 yards to the garden and 20 yards from the outer wall. Okay, so let's make this the outer wall. Then we've got a garden. So we've got this distance we're told is 300 yards. And then this distance here is 20 yards. That's the circle. Which has got seashells, the stone skulls, locks of hair, nail clippings, and dog's teeth. Okay. Then, strange designs. Okay, the body was found here, says the constable, and heads us about 100 yards closer to the front of the house. Okay, so the body is here. "100 yards from the circle towards the house." And then he says a second body. Body was found here, 100 yards closer to the front door. Paces another 100 yards away from the house and towards the front gate. So maybe like this way? 100 yards. Another body. Something like that. I guess the important thing, it's 100 yards away from the first body. Paces another 100 yards away from the house towards the front gate. So yeah, maybe that way. 100 yards from the circle is our body, and then 100 yards from that body is another body. And so Lucille says she jumped the fence, went to the circle, found the book, took it, didn't see any bodies, heard gunshot, could have been 100 yards away. Front door of the house is far away. Okay, and then Butler is gone. And then the thieves came. One dead young thief. They left a calling card. We don't know why. They knew the house. They expected no one. Let's catch up in the chat. This is a deep story. The butler was helping them. He had debts. I think that's a good guess that the butler had debts. That was the newspaper article. Kurt wasn't supposed to be home. Butler thought his master will be at Lucille. Interesting. Do we think they had a clipping about the gang because they wanted to imitate them to throw suspicion on the gang? Yeah, that was an interesting comment. Let's read that thing about the comment. He carried this upon his person. Lestrade shows us a newspaper clipping from the 1887. So our dead young man had Gaston gang clipping. Why would he be carrying that around? Very weird. Then they see a calling card, but the thieves always leave a calling card. The door had been forced, which they didn't expect the noise to arouse suspicion. In other words, they expected everyone to be gone. The dead man is carrying a sack of loot when we found the body. And then the body is at Meek's. But we're gone. I do like this idea that these rich people are being robbed. It makes sense that the help is letting the robbers know when the masters are going to be out of the house. So, and maybe that's why our butler feels guilty. Like he set up the robbery, but he didn't expect anyone to get killed. Jonathan has a theory that these robbers were just trying to make it look like it was the Gaston gang. Possibly, although that's a little bit of a conflict with our theory that this is how the Gaston gang always works, by operating with the help, giving them information. All right. It's a good theory, though, Jonathan, that it's a cult robbery, but I think it could also be just a coincidence that the robbers have come. And maybe he's just carrying a clipping as a memorabilia, as a, pride. Like these gangs seems to be very prideful of what they do. All right, so we didn't get to talk to the butler because he's missing. Anna says, good theory, it's not the gang. The butler just wanted to imitate the gang. And the young man wasn't a real gang member. That's why he shot himself in the face. I like this idea that he's shot in the face to disguise his identity. Let's say shot in face. Let's just remember he's rotten down. Why is Lestrade so, and we met Lestrade, so we could go talk to him as an informant. Why is Lestrade so convinced he shot himself in the face? And then he says one of the other people took his gun. That's not believable, is it? We think he just got shot by someone. The man found here and others broke into his home. Where's the part about shot in the face? He had tripped and fallen down, it would appear, while upholstering a revolver and managed to shoot himself in the face. His accomplices then took away the weapon. No, that doesn't make sense. Surely someone shot him in the face. Anna says, good theory. So you guys' theory is that the butler staged all this. I'll tell you why I don't like it, because why would the butler come to us then? I don't like it. I think it's more likely I like part of the theory. I'm just not sure I believe that the butler is the mastermind of all this, because then why does he call us, and why is he feeling guilty? It's time to trace down some more information about the butler. I do believe that the butler let the thieves in on thinking that his master would be out of the house, and they tried to rob it though. So I do believe that. I'm just going to write down the gun is missing, as the comment said, because we don't want to forget that. We do want to go to the autopsy and visit Meeks and see what he says about the body. Why would you have to hide the identity of that kid, the young man who was shot, is a good question. And is that the shot we heard? Is that the shot that Lucille heard? The shot of this young man, rather than of Kurt. I think let's pursue our butler lead. The butler is missing, right? Time is of the essence. He's either on the run or in trouble or masterminded all this. We do want to talk to him. He does have more information. Let's run down his lead. We noticed in the paper a very odd coincidence. His name is JC. Heed this warning, payment due at the Rat and Raven. So I think we should go to the Rat and Raven and see if we can get information on our butler. See if he really did owe money. 52 EC. Shall we do that? $52 EC. Porky Shinwell's joint. Porky Shinwell is humming a tune when we find him cleaning glasses at the Raven and Rat. You know what we should remember to do? Do our normal thing where we circle these when we read them. Good day for staying inside and having a drink. Missed as thick as soup out there. Good day for staying inside and having a drink. True enough, Porky. Pour us a pint each. By the way, Porky says, if you lot are here about that cane in the Times, Mr. Holmes and the inspector beat you to it. That's interesting. Can you imagine, is Holmes at the center of this occult thing? Yikes, that's scary. It did say the people in this story are not consistent with the entire universe. Okay, the cane and the Times. No, Wiggins replies. This is about something less usual. Can you tell us anything about Kurt Norwood, Peter Northrop, Lucille Northrop, or James Carrow, the butler? Can't say as I know any of them by name. What about this section under personals in the Times? Could R&R refer to the Raven and Rat? Let me think about that. Payment due this week at Raven and Rat, R&R. I suppose some folks might choose to settle debts under my roof. That's not a crime, at least not on my part. You'd best try and find this JC and RV then, don't you? Whoever they are, RV sounds off the handle. Suppose I'd be too if JC was failing to pay what he owed. And you have no idea who this RV could be? Asked Swiggins. He should be a guy who frequents the Raven and Rat and grants small loans. Maybe, given the veiled threat, I think he's also type prone to violence. There's a guy who fits that description. A huge, muscular man who comes to the club a lot. I know he's a guy to stay away from, but I don't know what business he's involved in. Everyone calls him Rod. But I don't know if it's his real name, and I certainly don't know his surname. We thank Porky, finish our pints, and leave. Okay, so who's RV mentioned in the paper? And he says his first name is Rod, which I can't find in this. It's easier for me to read the screen. Everyone calls him Rod. R-O-D. So R-O-D with V as a surname, we can that's almost enough information. So Rod V, that's almost enough information to find him in the directory. Let's take a look at this here. Let's see if we see any rods jump out at us. Well, I don't see any. Oh, there we go. Rodney Valentine. So there's a Rodney Valentine. Any other Rodneys? There's a Dr. Werner, who doesn't have his first name. Okay, so how about we write down these candidates? Rodney Valentine is at 78 Southeast. And then what did I say? There was another one? Another something? A doctor. But a doctor wouldn't be the kind of guy who would be all muscled up doing loans. So I think it could be Rodney Valentine. Shall we pay a visit to Rodney Valentine and see what he has to say for himself? We got a physical description of him, so we might just recognize him. Let's knock on Rodney Valentine's door. I wonder if we should probably start marking these locations because they might be relevant at this point, right? So, for example, we went to the Rat and Raven, which we will remember is up here on the north. Oops, it doesn't like these. Up here in the north. And then Rodney, who frequents here a lot, must live near here, don't you think? Doesn't look like he does. 78 Southeast. He doesn't really live too near there, so it's a little bit troubling. Don't forget, not everyone has an entry in the directory. Rodney lives all the way down in this bad neighborhood. So, like, if Rodney V didn't have an address in the directory, it wouldn't be crazy, but it won't kill us to knock on a door. And then where was our scene of our crime? We've got 64 EC, and then Lucille is at 47. 64 EC. There's something enjoyable about marking places where we've been. Something reassuring. about it. So 64 EC, right there. No, that's 64. Okay. 64 and 47 southeast. 64 east and 47 southeast. Okay. $46. All right. All right, we're going to knock on Rodney's door, 78 southeast. Let's see if he'll answer the door for us. Okay. Rodney, should be able to find it. There we go. Rodney Valentine's lodging house appears on the verge of collapse. On either side of the frail wooden structure, tall brick factories press in like bullies looming over a hapless schoolyard victim. The air sticks in our throat with a stench as thick as sponges. We ask the landlady if the gentleman in question is available. Before the stocky woman can answer, we hear the sound of a scarping chair. I don't know what that is. A man shoulders his way past her to fill the doorway with his muscular bulk. His face shows all the tenderness of a boxer's knuckles. In fact, looking at his hands, we suspect that he might actually be a boxer or a bodyguard to some scum of the London Underground. Yes? JC sent us, Wiggins replies, as we had arranged. We're speaking on behalf of Mr. James Carow. Mr. Valentine purses his lips as if pondering advanced algebra. Nope. Sorry? No, you're not, because old James Carow is all paid up today. So what's there for you to say on his behalf? We suppress our excitement, which proves an easy feat given the fear that Rodney Valentine suddenly inspires. The whole matter was legal and all. I don't know what you lot are snooping for, but I don't like it. The huge man reaches into the pocket of his shabby coat. Our mistake. Good day, sir, Wiggins exclaims with all the speed of an auctioneer, and we beat a hasty retreat. Maybe it wasn't a. Maybe it was a typo, and it could have the sound of a scraping chair. It should have been. Okay, so now we know our theory is correct that the butler owed money and was the inside man to probably the thieves, but maybe if you believe Jonathan and Anna and whoever, everyone else's theory that he was involved in this occult stuff. But I think he was just paid off for letting in the robbers, and that's how these robbers operate. They find butlers and servants who owe money, and they leverage them to give them inside information about when the owners are going to be away, and they rob the place. No one gets hurt. Everything's fine. No one's off for the worse, right? These people got plenty of money to spare. The servant gets paid. The master gets robbed. No harm done. But in this case, something went wrong because the robbers stumbled onto some ritual. Possibly even just stumbled onto the ritual, and he shot one of the robbers, and then the rest of the robbers shot him. Although they're pretty far apart for all that. But okay. butler's paid off. It still doesn't exactly tell us why the butler has come to us. He says paid off when? Today, does he actually say? He says paid up today. So he paid off his debt today. But then why is he missing? He may be on the run. He may be captured by some of these occultists. And it says, the question is, was this the real gang or just imitators? And why was the young man killed? Let's go to Meeks. Yes, I think maybe we should get an autopsy and find out about this kid and see if we can find out if he really was involved in the gang. All right, well, we'll take our 8-minute break. It feels like we're getting in stride here after some hiccups in the beginning, although it is really a test of your deduction just to read the text from this font. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. The channel is hopping with discussion about theories of this case. I have to remember to take a break. We should take a break during the breaks and then discuss coming back. We were talking more about how James Carroll, the butler, like he didn't mention the second body. That suggests to me that he didn't know about the second body. One thing I was remembering is that the Lestrade thought that that the young man was part of the gang and his fellow gang members took the gun and left him, but then they wouldn't have left the bag of loot. They would have taken that, so that doesn't make sense. And then Jonathan's saying, why? Man, that's strange. Why would the butler tell us this story about Lucille if the gang was going to point to the gang? I'm just looking at the intro again, reading the old version that I can read it bad. Let's read this section again about what the butler tells us happened. He says, October the 20th, his owner gets the book, triumph, triumph, waving the book. Last night I heard the sound of a firearm. I was slow to fully awaken, but when I ran outside, I discovered Mr. Kurt Norwood shot dead 100 yards from the magic circle he had constructed in the garden of his London home. Heard the sound of a firearm, slow to fully awaken. The book has vanished. It's my belief that Miss Lucille Northrop came to the house to claim what she considers her property. I also ... Why act so violently? He seems crestfallen. His training as a man of service, however, overcomes his desire to say more. So he claims to be there on site, but slow to wake. And then if we want to reread what she says, I believe she says that a servant told her 47 Southeast. Let's just look at that again. So she says, I recovered the book from the circle. When I learned that my husband had sold the book behind my back, she figured out who it was. She talks to him. She says, you gotta sell me the book back. He says, no. You have to let me copy it. Last night, he was meant to meet me here at my home. When his carriage arrived, he was not in it. Instead, he had the gall to send some servant. She gets there, she sees the book, no Kurt, and then she hears shots in the distance. Okay. Well, still a bit of a mystery. A calling card with the word Gaston Gang was left at the house as they always did in the thefts, yes. Oh, let's see, there's some disagreement. Jonathan says, side note, I have the lights turned off using a little flashlight to take notes. So Jonathan's fully into this. It's adding to the atmosphere. I love it. Anna says, Lestrade said the young man had a newspaper clipping about the gang, and another clipping of the same report was left back in the house. And Jonathan says, that's not how mine reads. Yeah, I think this new version, right, says the kid had clipping in his pocket and there was a calling card at the house, as they always did. So Jonathan and I are reading this old version. Anna, you got the older version where it looks like that was changed. This would be a good time to make a plea to anyone who's making new cases. Don't do it on this. Don't write in script. Don't use a script font on a busy background. Don't do it. Okay. All right. So I had an idea also. Since we've lost the butler, I thought, oh, maybe the butler has relatives. I mean, he has come into a little money, but he may have paid it off. So James Caro was his name, right? Let's just look if he happens to have any relatives. Doesn't look like it. What's his... How do you spell his last name? C-A-R-R-O-W. Let me just see. C-A-R-R-O-W. Lewis Carroll, but no Caro. Okay, well, that's a good idea. He may have just fled town for all we know. Scared. He got scared off, perhaps. All right, shall we go to Meeks and find out about the body? I've got my informants here from the new version. Jasper Meeks, medical examiner, 38 EC. (38 CE). My suspicion is this CE is Italian, and it has to do with the Italians that translated it, provided this alternative formatting. That's my detective skills, my meta detective skills. I'll bet East Central is CE in Italian, and I'll bet Italian West. The word for West in Italian starts with O. That's my prediction. John says, and Tina, I think we lost your comment in the shuffle. What was your point about the gunshot? I think I understand Natia's point. The butler tells us he heard a shot. It took him a while to wake up. He found his master dead. The point is, we now know there were 2 gunshots. There must have been 2 gunshots. One is the young man who got shot in the face. The other one is Kurt. So the point is, why did the butler only hear 1 shot? Curious. He may not even been there, but it is curious that we think there must have been 2 shots. Why does the butler only hear 1? All right, let us read. What are we reading now? Meeks. All right, here's Meeks reporting in on the... I'm trying to catch it in the proper camera. Okay, there we go. 2 small caliber bullets pierced the victim's chest. 1 bullet of the same caliber pierced his face. Under the eye, another struck his leg. A final bullet entered his throat. The latter was the fatal shot. 2 small caliber bullets pierced his chest. 1 bullet, same caliber, pierced his face under the eye. Another hits his leg. That's 4 bullets so far. Final bullet enters his throat. 5 shots. Wow, they really wanted to kill him. Rather a scattered array of wounds, Wiggins comments. Sir Jasper Meeks offers no additional commentary. We're about to leave when he warns us, however, that the police have not long brought him a second body. He's a young man found in the bushes in the garden not far from Mr. Norwood's body. Okay, in the bushes. Apparently, he tripped and fell while reloading a revolver and mistakenly shot himself in the face, killing himself instantly. Examination of the wounds and abrasions on the corpse confirmed this fact. The weapon was taken away by his accomplices, so it's unclear whether the man who fell was also the one who shot Mr. Norwood. Very interesting. So 38 EC Meeks. We learned that Kurt shot 5 times. Right? Hit 5 times. Once in the neck, once under the eye, a couple times in the chest, once in the leg. The young man tripped, shot himself. It seems like Meeks believes that, and maybe we now believe that. So the gun is missing, so we can't confirm it was the son. He can't confirm it's the same caliber? Tripped and fell, mistakenly shot himself in the face, killing himself. Examination of the wounds and abrasions confirm this fact. He believes it. Weapon was taken away. Unclear whether the man who fell also was the one who shot. I sure would like to know if this caliber was the same. And it says he was a klutz. He needed 5 shots to kill Norwood. I was thinking the other thing. I was thinking if you're 100 yards away, well, it didn't have to be 100 yards away. He could have shot our guy, then ran 100 feet away, tripped, and shot himself in the face. So he could have, I was going to say 100 feet away with a pistol, you can't shoot someone and hit them 5 times in the chest, under eye, whatever. That's too difficult a shot. But he may have shot our guy right up close and then ran and tripped. But 5 shots, why wouldn't the butler clearly didn't hear the 5 shots? I don't think the butler was even there, maybe, or he was roused from sleep, but surely you would hear 5 shots. So I don't think, so the shot he heard was the young man. If the butler heard any shot, it was the young man. And the same thing with Lucille, right? Lucille hears 1 shot, correct? So Lucille may have heard this young man getting shot. John says, when Lucille was in the yard, she said she heard shots, right? She heard shots or 1 shot. That's important. And Tina says, could it be ritualistic? 5 people shoot once each. Lucille heard multiple shots, confirms Anna. Okay, so I misread that. We thank Sir Makes and Leave. Okay, so can we quickly double check that? I want to hear what wording she used. He sent a servant. She entered into the premises. Climbed over the fence. She can do it. The book was there. I heard several shots being discharged. Several shots. Okay, good. Good, you guys picked that up. That was important. Okay, so she hears several shots. Do we have a time for her? She doesn't tell us the time, huh? But it was a carriage. I wonder if they took a cab to her house. I wonder if we might check cab records. It would be nice to get a timeline of those shots. Climbed over the outer wall. Multiple shots. All right, let me make sure. I wrote down the notes. This is how you get into trouble. The notes for her I wrote, Kurt shot in distance. But that's not right. The proper thing she says is heard several shots. A very common way to make mistakes in games like that. You summarize information, you decide how to summarize it, and your summary is inaccurate. And then when you go back on the case, you've misremembered it. And Tina says, could it be ritualistic, 5 people, 1 shot each? I'm still not convinced that this is the shooter, but I think if I had to guess, I would guess it is. Yeah, I don't know. We think the butler paid off to say when the master was away. That's the part that's a little weird. There may be 2 groups of people going on here. One, the robbers who are going to rob the place when the master's gone, Kurt's gone, and the other one come to kill Kurt. But if it's true he expected to meet Lucille, then why? That would be a weird time to kill him. And why didn't he go? Because he was killed beforehand? Is that it? Is that what it is? Is like Kurt says, okay, at 9 p.m. I'm going to go to Lucille and meet with Lucille, right? Just follow me for a second. Kurt tells his butler, at 9 p.m. I'm going to meet with Lucille. The butler asks for the day off. Takes the whole day off, gets paid for his information. His information is at 9 p.m., the house is going to be empty, you can rob it. Then sometime quite earlier, before 9 p.m., like 5 p.m., someone comes to kill Kurt and steal the book, or kill Kurt, whatever. So say at 5 p.m., they come. They shoot Kurt. Then the robbers come much later at 9 p.m. when they think he's going to be gone. He is gone. Lucille comes. Surprises the robber who runs and gets shot. Maybe shoots at her, shoots himself. So I'm thinking our guy was killed earlier. Lucille does say she heard multiple shots. It's true. Jonathan says that must be Kurt being shot. That does interfere with my theory. My theory is Kurt was shot much earlier. So first of all, I'm explaining the butler only hearing 1 shot based on the fact that the butler is completely lying about being there. And he wasn't there at all. And then I was just trying to think if there could be another time. But okay, we'll deal with some of that later. Where would you guys like to go next? I know you wanted to go to the newspaper woman. There are a couple newspaper places I'd like to go. I'd like to go to the rare books about the occult. I think that might give us just some good general background information. We went to those. We've got servant meet at MH. We don't know what that is. M house? Something house? What would M house be? MH. We've got all these places we want to go to. We'd like to hear more about the Gaston gang. We might go to the New York Times informant. He might know about, not the New York Times, the London Times. Anna says, it is weird. The young man still had loot, so he didn't come to kill. He came to rob, but that means it was after 9. Why didn't Norwood go? The 9 p.m., you remember I just made up that number, 9 p.m., to work out my thing. But basically, you're saying he came when they expected Kurt to be gone. Yes, this is what I was trying to get at. It's good you've said that differently. My point is, if the butler sold information to robbers that Kurt was going to be gone to meet Lucille at whatever time, let's say 9 p.m., then why did the robbers run into him? And I think, why did they run into him alive? That's a good question, if he always meant to visit Lucille. I don't think we know yet. But we could gather more information on the Gaston Gang. And we also don't know if the Gaston Gang is related to this occult stuff, because it is weird they're doing this every October. So they might be involved or not. All right. So you guys wanted to go to Madame Dzerzinski, though. The medium. I think she's just a faker, but let's see if this is a real occult story, she might be able to tell us some stuff. Okay, so where is she? She's at Omar Kamal. So I think this game wants us to look up Omar Kamal. Let's see what we got. Well, there's no Omar Kamal. That's odd. Resides at the home of Mr. Omar Kamal. Kamal. And surely we're not going to find her name in the paper. It's telling us where she is. Let's just make sure the other version of this paper doesn't... Ah, look at that. Look at that. The old version of the case just says she resides at the home of Omar Kamal. Look at what the revised version says. She resides as a guest of Omar Kamal, and then it gives us his address. So that looks like it must have been an overlooked item. So the old version, we wouldn't have been able to do that, but the new version we can. 57 Southeast. Okay, it's good we decided to play with this version. Okay. We are ushered into the parlor of Mr. Omar Kamal, a man of swarthy skin and the richest, most finely cut suit we had seen all day. A bright yellow turban is clasped tightly about his head, from which only 2 black curls escape across his ears, evidently by design rather than error. I am always grateful for an opportunity to assist Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Madame D is already in session. Please approach my parlor. Let's say surreptitiously? Surreptitiously. I do not wish to disturb her or her guests. I am conducting a study of the quaint beliefs and customs of those among British society who put stock in the promises of mediums, such as Madame D. From the parlor, an overwhelmingly sweet and pungent odor assails our noses. 7 people are seated about a round table, dressed in various lines of fashion, from drag to flamboyant. 7 sticks of incense burn at the center of the table. An old woman with garish makeup sits at the head of the group. Yes, I see her, she exclaims in a tremulous voice. Lucy, Lucinda, Lucille, I see her climbing a wall. A gibbous moon lights her way. She has scaled the wall. She has entered the magic circle. She crosses the stones. But she is not alone. What is this? A weapon? She carries a weapon. With that, Madame D collapses in her chair. Her guests gasp and call for water. Mr. Omar Kamal, however, seems rather amused, and he studies the faces pressing in around Madame D. And there they are. Okay, so it looks like we got a little bit of supernatural stuff going on, and you obviously picked up what scene she's describing. Lucille jumping the wall, entering the circle with the weapon, and then nothing. Okay, well, sure sounds like Lucille might be our prime suspect, although the Madame D did not say that Lucille shot anyone. Just say she had a weapon. And she's not alone. So we have a vision that Lucille had weapon, not alone, in the circle. I'm starting to think we should visit the cab depot and see if we can catch someone and get a timeline. A weapon, she carries a weapon, and then she collapses. Okay, I like it. I think that's useful for us. We got a little bit of supernatural stuff going on here. Very appropriate for October Halloween. Jonathan is watching the stream with a flashlight. I hope he's not going to get too scared about all this. Okay, let's go to our newspaper and mark it that we went there. I think I want to go to the cab depot and see if we can catch a timeline. Central Carriage Depot 5WC. And it says, Lucille could kill Norwood, but the burglar saw her, tried to run, and killed himself. Then Lucille took his weapon. Certainly possible. Certainly possible. Although, yeah. Although if Lucille did the killing, we can't trust anything she heard about gunshots. But I do like the idea that the burglar got scared and run. The burglar may have seen some spirits and demons in the circle and run and gotten scared. Like, I don't know if he saw Lucille. He could have seen anything, some monsters, and gotten run and shot himself. All right, I'm going to go visit the Central Cab Depot, 5WC. Okay, 5WC. Can someone confirm my theory that Italian for West starts with an O? Here we are at the cab depot. Right yar, Gov. Got the information right here. For a small donation, thank you. Last night, one of the lads took Mrs. Sigrid Olsen to 64 EC. Instead of getting out, though, Miss Olsen had the cabbie take him home. Almost immediately. About the same time, a different cab took Miss Lucille Northrup to the same address, 64 EC. In her case, she got out and we don't know how she got home. We got another cabbie who took Mr. Aldo Peppers to St. Mary's. That's where it ends. And it says, well, if she killed Norwood, she certainly heard the shots. Okay, so this is pretty big here for us. What have we got here? These are the cabs. We say Sigrid Olsen to 64 EC. Doesn't get out, goes home. What did she see? What was she there for? What did she see? And why did she go home? But then we've got Lucille. Lucille arrives by cab, finds her own way home, but we don't have a time, huh? About the same time, a different cab, same time. So when we hear from Olsen what time, we'll know when Lucille arrived. Same time, I like it. But yeah, we also don't know who this Sigrid Olsen is. But when we get the time from Sigrid Olsen, we're going to know Lucille's time. And then another cabbie who took Aldo Peppers to St. Mary's, which seems unrelated to anything. I'm not sure why he mentioned that. Aldo Peppers to St. Mary. We don't know what that's about. And we don't know why he's sharing that particular information with us. Is it because we asked about 64 EC, and so Mr. Aldo Peppers might be someone coming from 64 EC? And could Aldo Peppers be a fake name that the butler used to get out of town? Interesting theory. Aldo Peppers could tie into the Holmes Kane case. Yes, yes. West in Italian is ovest. I was right. That's what's happened. The Italians took this case. Here's our little meta mystery. The Italians took this case that the author of this case made and didn't format. They translated it into Italian and they relaid it out on this fancy paper. Fancy formatted backgrounds. And then they said, hey, here's the formatted version you can use for your English original. And they just overlooked changing the neighborhood names. All right. That's another mystery solved on the channel. Let us find Sigrid Olsen and see what she has to say for herself. Why is she there? Why did she turn around? And what time was it? Sigrid Olsen. Sigrid Olsen is right here. 64 Northwest. I would like to hear what she has to say for herself. Why have you not come to the police? '64 Northwest. Did we don't have to write down the cab location, but we should do 64 Northwest. Okay, Northwest is NO. Okay. Don't want that. Don't want to see that gun. That seems like it's giving away some information. 64 Northwest. Sigrid. Sigrid Olsen. What do you have to say for yourself? We struggle to follow Sigrid Olsen's heavy Scandinavian accent. I placed that advertisement in the New Times on impulse. I'm afraid I am not normally given to impulsive behavior. I was somewhat put out by the conduct of Lucille Northrop. Could you please tell us about her? Wait, what? Place the advertisement. I see. We were supposed to find her in a different way. Let's back up for a second. Sounds like we were supposed to find her in the newspaper. Where is Sigrid Olsen's newspaper advert? '64 Northwest, huh? Well, here is 64 Northwest. Required a fellow practitioner of the occult arts for the construction of shielding against malicious magic. Be warned, charlatans will be unmasked at once. Seems like a little bit of a bug here. Are we sure everything is doing as it's supposed to be? So someone was looking for a fellow practitioner of the arts. We could have gone to it that way, but also when we looked up Olsen, let me make sure I didn't do something wrong. Sigrid Olsen, 64 Northwest. All right, then we find her. It is Northwest, right? N-O, Northwest. All right, let's read this. See what makes more sense of it. I placed the advertisement on the Times on impulse. I'm afraid I am not normally given to impulsive behavior. I was somewhat put out by the conduct of Lucille Northrop. Could you please tell us about her? Certainly. I was a member of her coven. She's a preternaturally gifted sorceress. We argued over her use of the Magenta Book. She has intent upon summoning a particular spirit of knowledge, from whom she intended to learn all manner of foul lore that should be prescribed even from enlightened practitioners such as us. I held the position that our arts should only be used to assist with the social ills of our times, such as the diseases caused by evil spirits. Lucille disagreed. After being expelled from her coven, I am afraid that fear overtook me. I grew anxious that my own words against malicious magic would not shield me from her. That was when I placed the advertisement. However, I am no mean talent myself. I have regained my confidence that I can keep her at bay. In fact, I have something to share about Lucille's whereabouts last night. I had decided to converse with Mr. Kurt Norwood. He now owns the Magenta Book, you see. I wanted to persuade him to let me copy specific passages. In such matters, it is always best to approach Kurt unannounced, catch him off his guard, as it were. However, when I arrived at his front gate, I noticed Lucille scaling the wall like some barbarian witch from the olden days. Did you see anything else? I departed at once. Lucille might have detected my presence, and I had not prepared myself for a confrontation. Do you believe that Lucille, that is, Miss Northrop, is capable of murder? Oh, most assuredly. One more thing, Miss Olsen. You mentioned that Mr. Norwood currently owns the book. Yes? That is not quite true. Oh, this is us talking. That's not quite true, Mrs. Olsen. Not only has the book been stolen from him, but Kurt Norwood is dead. Our interviewee pales. Okay, so we know Sigrid is in coven with Lucille, but kicked out. We know Lucille wants to summon some demons of knowledge. Spirits, demons of knowledge. She didn't give us a time, unfortunately. I really wanted a time. We've now confirmed that she was climbing over the wall, just as we thought. I was really hoping we'd get a time frame here, though. It's also interesting that she said, in such matters, it's always best to approach Kurt unannounced. Like, Kurt is like a warlock. I mean, clearly they know. I mean, I guess we should have known that Kurt was involved in this, travels in these same social circles, because they're all into witchcraft. And then she wanted specific passages. Oh, I really wish we had a timeline for it. I don't know why I care so much about the timeline, but it seems like it would help. All right. She doesn't get out. She sees Lucille, then Lucille arrives. Okay. I think I'd like to go to this bookshop, maybe the Rare Bookshop, just to get some more background information. That's 86 Southwest, Cult Rare Books acquired. 86 Southwest. I haven't ruled out this Aldo Pepper being a fake name used by someone. Maybe our butler. Okay, here we go. 86 Southwest. There we go. I have to remember what this close-up camera can see. 86 Southwest. The proprietor... Is it not up enough? Is that what that's what it is? Yeah, okay. The proprietor of Pickering and Gatto Rare Books nods at our inquiries, but upon hearing of Lucille Northrup, he begins to mop his brow with a handkerchief. He's like, he's nervous. Do I recall Miss Northrup? Indeed, she was here as clouds over London, asking after what she called the Magenta Book. I told her I'd never heard of it, of course. I promised to search. We offer excellent services. Nonetheless, this book could not be found. She never believed me. If anything, she appeared convinced that I was concealing it. Last year, I learned that her husband had managed to locate the Magenta Book for her. I never discovered how he sourced a copy, nor was I much concerned. Good for her, I thought. And there the matter ended as far as I was concerned. She has not been here since. And there's the book. That looks like the Magenta Book with some weird secret symbols. Well, didn't seem to give us much interest, but we know she's looking for it. She doesn't believe he doesn't have a copy. But he's all nervous about her. Guess he probably knows she's a powerful witch if he knows about occult stuff. All right. Jonathan says, Can we visit the guy who lectures about covens in the paper? Sure. She's in a coven. Let's go learn about covens. Where have we gone? So we went to this guy. An account of Occult Society by Reverend James Arakroyd. Is that who you're talking about? Or is that someone else that I think we should also visit? James Arakroyd. As we're looking up that, let me just look up this guy. Acaroid. He's not in there. Not surprising. Although that's the... I should be reading the new one. St. James College, Cambridge. Is that who you're talking about? Murray, okay. St. James College. I am... this is interesting, though. Before we leave this, we went to this bookshop. He didn't have much information, but then I also noticed the guy who's writing this book is listed by names. He's not in the directory, but he's at St. James College, Cambridge. I want to just see. I suppose that Cambridge is not London, so... It's a pretty sneaky way to hide something, but I guess they're not hiding anything. Okay, Sir Jonathan Hornbury, Inquiries at Courtage Books. Here. The Devil's Club, Disclosure of Covens and Other Purportedly Modern Gatherings for the Purposes of Witchcraft. Sir Jonathan Hornbury, Inquiries at Courtage Books, 66. Okay, 66 Northwest. Here we go. Well, I certainly recall Mrs. Lucille Northrop, the age sales clerk at Courtage Books, discloses to us. She is what my old mother would have called an odd duck. She comes in here and says the most curious things. She says, if anyone should come here looking for rare books on witchcraft, not histories, mind you, but instructional texts, I was to let them know that a coven existed in London. Interested parties were to contact her directly. I am, frankly, somewhat ashamed to say that I referred 4 people to her. Miss Sigrid Olsen, Miss Imogen Ogilvy, Miss Jean Fatten, and Mr. Werner Fallon. All 4 of them are regular patrons. Then, as if this all wasn't enough to jangle an old man's nerves, another strange blighter started frequenting our establishment. At first, he simply browsed like a usual customer. However, on the 3rd visit, he stepped up to my counter like a raging bull and started yelling, "I know you know about the heathen witches in this city. Tell me their names or the wrath of heaven will fall upon you." Fortunately, on that particular day, I found my courage and refused to divulge the name of our patrons, including those who I had sent to Miss Lucille Northrop. Fascinating. Okay, so we've got a bunch of witches in Lucille's coven. This was a big lead here. So books, nothing. Okay, so 66 Northwest. Here's the referred witches. What have we got? Sigrid Olsen, Imogen Ogilvy, I'm not sure how to read that first name. Jean or Jaheen, doesn't matter. It's first name as long as we get the last one right. Oh, is that last name Tatton? It's either Tatton or Fatten. I guess if we read the original, we could find it. And then Mr. Werner Fallon. Why is a man, how are they going to treat a man who tries to get into their coven? Or maybe she just ignored it. And then, also in addition to the witches, some man who's hunting witches. I wonder who that is. Could our butler be a witch hunter? Okay, so Sigrid we visited already. But now we've got a bunch more people to locate. Okay, let's go to our directory and find these people. Imogen Ogilvy. Imogen Ogilvy is 17 Northwest. Okay. What about Tatton Fatten? Jean Tatton or Fatten? Look up Tatton. I don't see any Tatton. How about Fatten? I don't see any Fatten either. That's troublesome. Do we need to go back to that? What is that name? Is it? Sure looks like Fatten, doesn't it? Miss Jaheen Fatten. Maybe they're both. And Werner Fallon. No, that's different. Fallon and Fatten are different. Sure looks like Fatten. F-A-T-T. Those are both F's. Original PDF says Janine Fallon. I see. That's good to know. Janine Fallon is 44 Southwest. Thank you. 44 Southwest. Then we have a Werner Fallon. Werner Fallon is 41 WC. Okay. All right. Good. Good. All right, it's time to go knock on some doors of some witches. But I guess before we do, we'll take our break. We've got a coven of witches in London, a man trying to hunt them down, a split in the allegiances of the coven, with Lucille up to no good, and some of the good witches breaking off. When we asked the good witch if Lucille would be capable of murder, she's like, yeah, of course. Of course she's capable of murder. Sounds like she's already done some spare murders previously. Anna says, after Northrop realized his wife is in real occult stuff, he tried to undo the book purchase, sold the book, tried to find other members. Maybe Lucille killed him too, and it wasn't suicide. I like it. I like that theory that Lucille killed... Oh, yeah. Lucille discovered her husband stole the book, and she's just like, you're dead. She killed her husband once he discovered what she was up to. And yeah, maybe that was him that went to that bookstore saying, I know there are witches in this town. Tell me who they are. I like it. All right. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for 2. We are fully immersed in the Magenta Book case. Jonathan says we should check the description of the cane in the paper. I agree with that. When Holmes said he had other work to do, I have a puzzle of my own. Remind me what we encountered about the cane. We read one of our clue entries mentioned the cane. What did it say? And why didn't I take a note on it? Was it just that the cane entry in the paper? No. Why did Holmes want the cane? Yes. Who told us Holmes wanted a cane? The gentleman's walking stick with silver top and description to my darling husband Ned. My darling husband Ned. Hold on a minute. No, Aldo Peppers. And where did we encounter Porky said Holmes had come for the cane? I see. Okay, good. So, in the paper is an article that you should come to the Raven and Rat where Porky's is about the cane. Right. And when we went to Porky's, he said, if you've come about the cane, Lestrade and Holmes had beaten us to it. Why is Antina's messages all redacted? Do you guys see that too? I see messages from Antina on my YouTube separate page that say they're redacted, and I don't see them in the main channel. So if Antina is typing anything, I don't think they can see them in the main channel, though I can see them on my separate monitor, but not the contents of them. That's very strange. We're having a very strange thing today where I can see in the chat that they're not there, but then on my separate monitor, I do see them. Very strange. I'm just mentioning that now in case Antina is got some messages missing. Didn't Miggs say something also? Who's Miggs? Meeks? Didn't Meeks say something else also? 38 EC? Let's see. Let's see. What did Meeks say? We should definitely go to Lestrade soon, since he's obviously involved in this case. So does Meeks say anything about the cane? I don't see anything about a cane from Meeks. But Porky said Holmes is already there about the cane. Okay, I think we should go to Lestrade. He's clearly going to know something about this case, and maybe the cane too. So Lestrade is at the new Scotland Yard, 13 Southwest. Oh, I said, before we forget, I said we should go to gunsmith shops, especially ones near Lucille. Let's visit Scotland Yard first, though. Okay. Well, Scotland Yard is not much help. At Scotland Yard, we're informed that Inspector Lestrade has just left for a crime scene. And Tina says, sorry, my bad, maybe we should visit some silversmiths since the cane has an inscription. That's an interesting idea. It'd be nice to find the cane. who's? We should write down that we're trying to find out who Ned is. Who is our witches coven people? Werner Fallon, no Ned. I'm just gonna make a note in our news. Who is Ned from the Cane? All right, so we've got witches to visit. We should be knocking on their doors. But I do want to look for gunsmiths because I feel like we might be able to find her gun. Where does Lucille live? Lucille lives at 47 Southeast. No gun shops in the Southeast. And there are some places we haven't marked on the map. I could do that on a break. 64 Northwest. What if they're like in a pentagram locations in the map? If there was ever a map for us to mark where people were, this might be it. Where locations might be important. 64 Northwest. I'm just going to mark some of these. There's Sigrid. '57 Southeast. That's the Madame. '57 Southeast. Probably use one color for these, and yellow is not the best one, but okay. All right, so before I forget, 47 Southeast is Lucille. I want to check one gun shop. So there's Lucille. Gunsmith. Is there any gunsmith in the newspaper? No. All right, I want to check one gunsmith to see if it says anything when we visit there. How about... Just trying to see what she's near. She's near WC 38. She's right next to 38. Or at least 36 WC. So let's try that one just to see. Oh, that's 28 WC. Not quite right near her. Let's just check that one just in case. $28 WC. I'm just gonna look it up. If we have no entry, then we'll move along. Okay, there's no entry for the gunsmith, so that's probably... What's happening here? Oh, it's because of these? I gotta tweak those settings. It's supposed to know when the two cubes are touching each other, it's supposed to know that it shouldn't use those because they're too close to each other. When they separate a little bit, at some point it'll try to use them. Yeah, maybe in the close-up camera, its setting is wrong. Okay. Shall we visit our covens? Doesn't seem to be a gunsmith unless we have any reason. We may hear of a gunsmith later, but just checking a random gunsmith didn't enter anything. Let's visit our witches. Ingrid Ogilvy next. 17 Northwest. Let's see what she has to say for herself. She better have some good answers. She could be one of the good witches. What does she say? Imogen Ogilvy, witch. At first, Imogen Ogilvy receives us warmly. Upon learning that we are not here to offer the occult warding she had hoped to acquire, her face falls. To her credit, she listens to our questions attentively and responds in measured, thoughtful notes. I was a member of a witches' coven, instigated by Lucy Northrop. I will testify in a court of law that the woman is quite capable of murder. You see, I was the person who informed Kurt Norwood that Lucy had finally laid hands on the Magenta Book. Kurt is a fellow practitioner of magic, you see. It was my assumption that all of us could benefit from the knowledge concealed in the book. I possess no special affinity for the occult, I am sad to say. Kurt, however, was extraordinary. Regardless, Lucy insisted on restricting the book to her coven. Kurt was not a member. If anything, he was something of a recluse. I suppose you already know that. He never married. He retained a minuscule staff, and only the butler actually lived upon the premises. Wiggins clears his throat, hoping to steer our interview back on course. My apologies. Kurt offered to buy the... Is she continuing? Is this her reading or the woman? My apologies. Kurt offered to buy the book from Lucy on numerous occasions. As you might imagine, that failed, and I suppose he must have approached Lucy's husband, old Peter, never was happy about his wife's commitment to the arcane. Of course, he never knew about it when they married. When she eventually convened her coven, he wanted to ban us all from using their home. In all in all, I was not surprised when I learned that Peter had finally sold the Magenta Book to Kurt behind Lucy's back. At that point, however, I had already been exiled from her coven. When Lucy learned that I had told Kurt about the book, she threw me out. Since then, I have been the subject of numerous occult attempts on my life. I can feel the pressure of her spells falling upon my home like a battering ram. That woman is evil, thoroughly evil. I fear that my defenses will not hold for much longer. Even if they should endure, Lucy is not beyond the use of mundane weapons. She owns a Derringer pistol. If you cannot help, you must leave now. I must prepare my warding as best I can. And here is the Derringer that Lucy owns. So it looks like all of her coven have exited stage right. Doesn't look like a Derringer would hold 5 shots, though. Derringer is probably like a single or double shot weapon. I think that's a clue. I think that tells us something. This is the ad for the ward in the paper. You mean if we hadn't discovered her, we could find her because she's hunting for wards? Charlatans will be unmasked at once. Inquire at 64 Charles Street. Yes. So we could have also found her this way. Here's the noble citizen hunting for the witches. So someone is hunting for witches and went to that bookstore hunting for witches too. Sounds like Kurt. Well, we already knew Kurt was up to witchcraft type stuff. We haven't come across anyone named Ned yet, huh? My darling husband, Ned. Found on 26 near Victoria Bank. We might even try Victoria Bank. Silver top and inscription, and someone was saying try silversmiths. I think that's an interesting idea. And Tina says there was no other servant and the butler was sent to Lucille's. Only the butler lives there and he keeps a small staff. So I still don't think we know that the butler was sent there, but it's possible. It's possible that the butler got paid off by Lucille. Keep your eye open for something that might be MH too. Let's look at Antina's idea about a silversmith. Do we have a section for silversmiths? I don't see a section for silversmith. I suppose the cane is not our primary concern. We should definitely not forget to follow up on the cane, but let's not make it our primary goal for now until we have some reason to believe it's related. Okay, so we went to Sigrid, we went to Imogen. Let's try the next one. Let's see if we can find one of these witches that didn't break off with Lucille. 44 southwest. Did I record that location? 17 northwest? In case these ladies are all making their coven next to each other or in some sort of pattern. So they're all scared of Lucille and they tried to break off, but I wonder if we're going to find one of these people that's with Lucille. 44 southwest. All right, let's see if this woman wants to be part of Lucille's coven or wants out. It seems that Jean Fallon lives in a small flat in Cliveden Place. Not yet ascertained her profession, her age, or anything else about her because we are waiting at her door. Wiggins knocks again. Not a single sound greets his efforts. Would anyone object to a little discretionary ingenuity in the service of the law? Wiggins asks rhetorically. We all know what's coming, so we form a loose circle around Miss Fallon's door and keep an eye out for fellow tenants of Cliveden Place. A few clicks sound behind us as Wiggins employs his talents upon the door and slips inside. Silence. After a few moments, Wiggins emerges. One of us is going to need to fetch the police. His voice is strained. Scotland Yard is the nearest. Peering through the door, we notice the body of a young woman lying in a pool of blood. Wow. Jean Fallon just got killed. Looks like Lucille's not messing around. Lying in a pool of blood. Lucille is dangerous. All right, let's try Werner Fallon. Let's see if he's related to Jean Fallon. And let's see if he's scared or what. I should have written that down. Did I put it in our address? 44 Southwest? I don't think I did. I'll use a little red sticker for that. Jonathan, I hope you got the lights on for that one. 44 Southwest. That was scary. All right, Werner Fallon. John says, I think the article about the gang that did the robbery or was mimicked mentioned the original victim. Can we look him up and talk to him? That's a great idea. Let me just finish this last Werner Fallon and then we can do that. Okay, here we go. Approaching Werner Fallon's humble residence, we notice that the door is ajar. Sounds of a scuffle reach, and we race forward, barging through the door like a cohort of Roman soldiers. Inside, we see two men locked in a desperate struggle. One of them wields a long, broad kitchen knife, its blade blooded. The other shows wounds upon his forearms, but he manages to hold his opponent's knife arm at bay. We rush in to tear the two men apart, and the knife wielder shrieks, "Death to witches! Death to witches!" Minutes later, we have the man subdued. Wiggins looms over him. What madness is this? What evidence do you have for this ludicrous accusation? The knife wielded falls silence. Finally, he growls, there's some typos here. Old Peter Northrop gave me their names, sent it in a letter, what only arrived 2 days ago. He knew 'em all. He knew they is all witches, what deserved to die. Knew me from church, did Peter. He was a good soul, now dead on account of them lot. After that, he refuses to speak with us until the boys from Scotland Yard made their appearance and lead him away. And here is the scene. So we've got a witch hunter. Knew me from church. I wonder if we might even visit that church. So the witch hunter tried to kill this other witch. So maybe the witch hunter is who killed that other woman that we just found in a pool of blood, but he's killing with a knife, not a gun. So he may have killed that bloody woman in a bloody pool. We don't know. But he's definitely not shooting them. So he's not our suspect of our guy. All right, let's put him in our book, 41, in our map, and then we'll go to the next place, 41 WC. A lot of people dead in this case. Okay. How about, Jonathan said, let's look in the paper about the gang. John is interested in following the gang leads. Gaston gang strikes London. Regular readers will recall last year 5 homes in Edinburgh were suffered criminal intrusions by the Gaston gang. In each case, wealthy homes targeted while owners are out, robbed on the same night, and another 2 on the night thereafter. During the 5th intrusion, which occurred the following night, the scoundrels were surprised by the owner who had altered his plans for the evening. A firearm was discharged, but no injuries sustained. So I wonder if they don't fire their gun to scare off people. Anyway, last night, the ruffians struck London. Roger Gerard. Okay, so this was what Jonathan was saying. We've got a victim here of the gang last night. Let's go talk to him. It's also believed that he paid to accommodate his gang in a resplendent hotel in Edinburgh before disappearing. So this is an interesting clue. Like when they were robbing Edinburgh, they were set up in a fancy hotel. So I wonder if they're not being set up in a fancy hotel in London. Mr. Gerard, the first London-based victim of the gang, has requested that curious members of the public respect his privacy. He wants his privacy respected, but that doesn't bother us. Anna says, if Lucille's a real witch, could she bewitch the burglar, the young man, to kill Norwood and kill himself by accident? It's possible, but, oh, she's a real witch. I have no doubt about that. John says, we could also go to the French embassy to see if they have any info on the gang. I like that idea, too. Let's start with... Let's make some entries here for the gang, Gaston gang. So before we forget with the Gaston gang, we want to visit Roger Gerard, maybe French Embassy, and maybe Fancy Hotel. But definitely Roger Gerard. Okay, let's look up Roger Gerard. Roger Gerard is 4EC. Okay, and if we wanted to go to the French Embassy, French Embassy is 59 Southwest. And also, I want to note, before I forget, that our murderer, did we make an entry for him? I don't think we did. The witch hunter knows Peter from church. In case we can find that church. We know where they lived, right? So before I start looking up this victim, let me just see for a second. We visited Lucille at 47 Southeast here. So if they went to a church, it would make sense there would be a church near there. What have we got for churches in the Southeast? None. No churches in this bad part of town in the Southeast. That's strange. 3WC. So probably not related to us. Okay, let's go visit our victim of the robbery. John says, wait, there was an ad for an international boarding house. Would that be a place for the international gang to hang out? It's an interesting idea. Families, gentlemen, foreign languages. It's not a bad idea at all. It's actually a pretty good idea, Jonathan. Let's put a question mark. Gang hangout. Although they like to see, put them up in a fancy place in Edinburgh, but excellent table. Yeah, very good idea, Jonathan. Okay, let's start with Roger Gerard, then we'll start tracking down this gang. All right, where did we say Roger Gerard is 4EC? Servants of Mr. Roger Gerard's manor respectfully request that we call on a different day and strictly by appointment. He wants his privacy. Well, so one question in our minds could be, are these robbers targeting witches and occult people? Like, remember all the other people that were robbed, like, wanted privacy and stuff? Like, it makes you think, are the robbers targeting the occult people? All right, let's try Jonathan's theory that the gang might be holed up at this international place. So I'll just put, we went to Roger Gerard. Now let's try international boarding house. 39 WC. Let me mark, though, before I forget, Roger Gerard 4EC. All the way up there. Okay, boarding house 39WC. Nope, no entry. It's a good idea, though. How about French Embassy, 59 Southwest, while we're taking long shots? Nope. Okay. Can you double check it was 39? Sure, let's check both newspapers. So the boarding place is 39 Russell Square WC. And the new paper says 39 Russell Square WC. If I look up WC, I don't see it. And we believe that we've been to those. We've been to Roger Gerard. And we haven't, and we tried to go to the French Embassy. Do you think this little kid that was killed as part of an occult ritual? Daniel and Clara Braddock. He was killed on the 24th of October. That puts him like at the right day, right? It's kind of unusual for such a young kid to be killed. Let me just see if they tell us he was killed in some brutal way. If they're in the entry, Braddock. All right, they're not in the Clara Braddock. They're not in the directory, thank God. Okay. Forger. I'm really interested in this one. I think there might be some forging involved of this book. He's being held at the Old Bailey, where he awaits trial. And then Jonathan's saying we could visit Murray the criminologist. I think that's a great idea too. All right, let's go to this guy first, the forger, and then we'll go to Murray the criminologist and see what he knows. At the Old Bailey, at the law offices. Old Bailey, that's one of our lawyer at the Old Bailey, 36 EC. EC. Okay, here's the Old Bailey. Edward Hall secures permission for us to interview Mr. Harold Harrows. The balding, wiry man seems quite pleased with himself despite his situation, and he's eager to elaborate on his nefarious accomplishments. One of the pursuits from which I continue to derive tremendous professional gratification is the so-called Magenta Book. I created it. The manuscript is so convincingly authentic to the 16th century that many fools truly believe it was penned during that era, in Italy no less. I also created letters referring to its existence, ostensibly authored by occult demagogues in the 17th and 18th centuries. You would be stunned at the number of fools in Britain who are willing, nay, eager to believe in magic. Some of them have even hunted my Magenta Book for years, without ever questioning its provenance. So thoroughly have they been duped by the supporting documents I fashioned and disseminated. Indeed, I can express sincere confidence that my creation of this book will be the centerpiece of my biography, which someone is sure to write soon. Would you? Wiggins whispers in an uncharacteristically bitter voice. He says, would you, Wiggins whispers in an uncharacteristically bitter voice, be pleased to learn that at least 2 people have died for your amusement? Then they march out. Okay, so this is kind of pretty huge, right? Because we now learn that the book is a complete fake. It's not just that he's copied a book and made a forgery, but it's a completely fake book. Magenta Book is fake. And it says he fooled Lucille, but lots of people died because of it, so it's not so funny after all. Doesn't mean she's not a real witch, but it means the Magenta Book that's created all this disaster is a totally fake book. Interesting. All right, let's go to Murray and see if... I had a feeling there was going to be some fake bookery going on. Let's see if Murray can tell us anything about what was discovered at the crime to help us understand what was going on. 22 Southwest. Upon arriving at Mr. Murray's laboratory, we find him examining with an assistant the ritual equipment found on Kurt Norwood's body. Strange get-up, isn't it, Wembley? Murray opines. It's Wiggins, sir, but yes, quite unusual. Seems of foreign design and manufacture. Look at this long knife, for example. A forward-sloping blade resembles what the ancient Greeks called a kopis. The Athenians accused Spartans of using it to cut the throats of children during ritual slaughter. Who knew anyone still produced such blades today? Murray then turns to us and greets us. That's all I can share at present. None of these items hold much evidence to direct your inquiries. Child sacrifice. I think that little kid was killed in a child sacrifice in the paper. All to get a fake book. He does say it's a foreign blade, though. Ancient Greeks. Does make me want to go to the foreign embassy again, but I'm not sure they're going to be of help, but maybe we should try. If we wanted to go to another foreign embassy, a Greek embassy, for example, is there a Greek embassy? No. Okay. This is the child sacrifice knife. Let's look at our paper for more ideas. Where have we not gone in the paper? The Devil's Club we went to. That's where we found out about the other person hunting witches. We went to Madame de Zarinsky. She had a vision. We tried going here. Nothing there, which was odd. This is just a letter to paper. Someone upset about dark magic. Maybe our guy. A noble citizen. And then here's the Gaston gang, which we really want to follow up on, but we couldn't figure out how to get to him. He didn't want to be disturbed. A firearm. Okay, Harold Harrows at the Old Bailey. We just went to him. We've got this kid that was killed. Let's check both newspapers. Let me make sure it's both Braddock in both cases, since I couldn't find him in the paper. Yeah. We've got this No More Matches magic pocket lamp. We don't know why that would be relevant. Servant meet at MH. We don't know what that's about. Servant meet at MH. 30th of September, before all this, actually a month before, Corbett died of inflammation of the lungs. King of Sweden and Norway, that sure doesn't seem relevant to us. And we've got Tinted Spectacles, doesn't seem relevant to us. And then we've got Loretta Carnegie and Sean Galloway, music performance, doesn't seem relevant to us. So that's about it with the thing that's obvious in the paper. And we do have more, yeah, we have plenty more informants to visit. I want to see if we have any other notes that we haven't followed up on. She's got a Derringer, but he's shot with 5 bullets. That troubles me. Aldo Peppers to St. Mary. That was the cab ride. I just want to see if there's a... That seems weird. Like, fake name or unrelated to us. It's just weird that they mentioned it. Well, here's Aldo Pepper, 1910 Southeast. I wonder if, just to remind you why that's odd, we go to the cab depot and we say, you got information for us, and he says, this woman, the witch arrived and left, then Lucille was seen. And then he also says Aldo Peppers went to St. Mary's. But the question is, how is that? He's only mentioned one other cab ride, so clearly he's not talking about all of the cab rides in London, so why does he mention this one? And then I was thinking, is he saying someone left, that we went in and asked about this house? And he said, here are people who arrived, and here's someone who went to St. Mary's. So let's go visit Aldo Peppers and see why the cab driver thought it was important for us to know that. Mr. Aldo Pepper receives us and confirmed that he took a carriage yesterday to go to the Church of St. Mary to speak with the parish priest. Her younger sister will have to get married soon, and she has to organize the ceremony in the best way. We also discovered that he does not know any of the people involved in our investigation. He's not interested in any magical books, has no time to waste on nonsense like witches, spells, and magic. This was an item added to the new printing. I wonder if that was just added to so that you wouldn't think it was something weird. But maybe it's a clue to St. Mary being the church that we should care about. Let's put him on the map in case he's lying about something. 10 Southeast. And then let's see if that's not the church that Peter went to, where he met the anti-witch hunter. There's 9 southeast. There's 11, 12. It's right next to Millbank Military Prison. It's always surprising when you can't find a location. 8, 9, 11, 12, 13. Surely 10 has to be right here. 10. He's right outside South London Palace of Amusements, but near the military prison. All right, let's see where St. Mary's Church is. I'm curious to see if possibly that's the church. St. Mary's Church is 19 EC. No entry for 19 EC. Okay, so St. Mary's is not relevant for our case. All right, let's see what the chat has to say. I'll keep looking for these things here. Lucille had a Derringer. And we're back to our normal case. I wonder what servant MH meant in the paper. Servant meet at MH. I'm really curious what MH would be. Where's our directory? Is there a church that starts MH? I love that idea. Let's see. Doesn't look like it. It's MH in both newspapers, right? Meet at MH. I keep thinking that's house. House, or hotel. What about hotel? Metropolitan Hotel and the Metropole Hotel and the Midland Grand Hotel. Could this be the fancy hotel they're being set up at? And that's why you tell the servant to meet you there, to give you the inside information. I like it. I bet that's the fancy hotel. Metropole Hotel, Metropolitan Hotel. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna love it if this is it. Okay, so in the news, MH equals question mark M blank hotel question mark. If so, we've got 10 EC, that's the Metropolitan Hotel, 27 WC, that's the Metropole Hotel. Maybe if we knew England, we would know which of these are super fancy. But I feel like the Metropolitan at 10 EC is super fancy. But then we've got the Mesborough Private and the Midland Grand, but I feel like those would not be, you wouldn't say MH for them. And then there are some other hospitals. Middlesex Hospital could be it too. But I think it's going to be the fancy hotel. 10 Northwest is Middlesex Hospital. But house could also mean a settlement house. We've got Mariner's House and Marywood House are settlement houses. which are 41 south and 22 east. So those are not on our map. And then public houses, no M's. Okay, I think it's going to be a hotel. I think it's going to be the Metropolitan Hotel. And so that's where we shall start. 10 EC, the Metropolitan Hotel. There's an entry. The desk clerk at the Metropolitan Hotel confirms that a well-dressed old man matching James Carrow's description entered the hotel late last night in the company of 2 other men. The clerk also confirms that James Carrow left early this morning and returned to the Metropolitan an hour and a half later. Enough time for James Carrow to have consulted Mr. Holmes at 221B Baker Street this morning. The realization hits us like a block of ice. Are all 3 men still in the hotel? Wiggins asks. As far as I know, but I can't say for certain, the clerk replies. One of us had better run off to Inspector Lestrade to share the news, Wiggins suggests. The rest of us should keep a watch over the front and back doors. Okay, so let's understand what's happening here, because it's kind of weird. It seems like it's telling us, hey, we just found the end of the game, but we're not ready for that. Okay, so James Carroll left. Okay, let's read this. He entered the hotel late last night in the company of 2 other men because he's following the instructions in the paper. It says, so late last night, Carrow arrives with 2 men. This is the gang, the Gaston gang, for sure. And then he leaves early in the morning and returned an hour and a half later, and that's when he visited us. So in morning, visited us. And now he's still in the hotel. And then it says one of us should go for Lestrade, but we're told Lestrade isn't at his office. We tried. As far as I know, I can't say for certain. Well, maybe the end of the game is going to ask us where to send people. So like we've wrapped up this little loose end of where we're going to send people. But he isn't the gang leader, though. Right? Because he's following instructions in the paper that tell him to show up here. Servant, meet at MH. So don't you think he's following the instructions by the gang who've told him to meet at MH, to meet at their hotel to give them the information? So that was 10 EC, where the gang hangs out in a fancy hotel. Jonathan says, great job, Jesse. Thank you. So we know about that. And I wonder if he was... Do you think he stayed in the hotel overnight? Like he never even went back to his... Northwood's house. The robbers don't normally kill someone. It's not their MO. So they weren't expecting to find anyone there. The question is, why didn't our guy keep his meeting? But not only that, oh, that's interesting. The thing is, if we think he's the servant who told... Our theory is that he sold information to the gang that his boss wasn't going to be home and this is the time to rob it. But the boss was home, Northwood. And then a servant tells Lucille that he's not coming. Is it possible that the butler has organized all this to try to get them all killed? Like, he's told the gang he'll be gone at 9 p.m. Then at 8:30 he goes to Lucille and says, hey, he's not going to meet you. You better go to him. And then he's tried to keep his boss in his house when the criminals think he won't be there so that they'll have a confrontation. It doesn't sound right. But if he's the servant who's telling Lucille he's not coming, then he would know he's going to be home. It could be some other servant. Jonathan says, could Lucille have lied about there ever being an agreement about a meeting and being stood up? That's a pretty good idea, actually. It's hard to tell in these games if that kind of thing is used, but that would make sense, that Lucille is just completely lying. And she's gone. I like that idea. But she's got a derringer. So I don't think she can put 5 bullets in him with a derringer. Also, a problem with that theory, Jonathan, is that the whole setup, we believe, that the butler would be telling the gangster people is, hey, my boss is not going to be home at 9 p.m. because he's got a meeting. So that if Lucille is making it all up, then that flies in the face of our idea that the butler is selling information about when the guy is going to be gone. It seems more likely that the guy really was supposed to be gone, and the gang just stumbled onto him. And it says, Carol and 2 men, the gang, who was the young man who died? Carol, not leader, just member. I don't think Carol is a member of the gang. I think he's just selling his information like the other people in Edinburgh. Remember, the other gang members that robbed houses weren't even in London, and our butler has worked here for 50 years. So I think it's more parsimonious with our evidence to say that the modus operandi of the gang is to find a servant in financial difficulty, offer to pay them off to tell them when the master will be gone, and guarantee them no one's going to get hurt. We'll rob this rich guy. He'll never even miss the money. It's a win-win. So I think they've just found out that the butler owed a lot of money. They've told him, meet us, give us information. He did not want to see his master get killed, so that's why he's come to us. He feels guilty. He can't tell us exactly what happened. He can't tell us that he gave information, but he's hoping we'll figure it out. He never intended for anyone to get hurt. The question then to figure out, though, is he must have known, he must have believed, if that's true, that his boss was not going to be home and was going to meet Lucille. So, is what happened that Lucille got there early? The gangsters could have stumbled upon the owner, Northwood, who was supposed to be gone but was there, and shot him. That's possible. The question then is, why didn't he keep his meeting? Not only didn't he keep his meeting, but Lucille says she sent a servant. Anna says, isn't the butler living in the hotel with the gang, suggesting he's a member? That's a good point. Well, you have a good point. The hotel clerk says he didn't seem to check out. And Tina says, yesterday when he came to the hotel with 2 other men, presumably Kurt was already dead. This morning he did not have time to go to the house. Was he already dead? Oh, that's a good point. That's a very good point. Late last night. We're told he went to the hotel at late last night. Does that mean he went after the guy is killed? Late last night, and then he leaves early in the morning. That's a really good point. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. If he comes to the hotel late last night, after the murder, and then he leaves in the morning to visit us alone, by that time he must have known everything. John says, why would the butler leave out the gang when the gang was not trying to hide the break-in? You mean, why is the butler not telling Holmes about the gang's involvement? I mean, don't forget, the butler wanted to say more, but Holmes cut him off. Well, it's time for us to take a break. We'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. I encourage us not to go off break and go right to the chat talking theories. But you guys keep talking your theories. I'm going to take a stretch, fill up my coffee. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back, and we are talking in the chat about how we've got some questions that we're struggling with. Shot in the face and tripped. We don't know if that's true. If that is true, he maybe ran scared. I'm troubled by the fact that that if Lucille did it and she had a Derringer, that doesn't have 5 shots in it. There are a bunch of mysteries here. The butler's we've tracked down the butler, and we're a little confused. The paper is from this morning and says to meet him, but he's apparently been in this hotel overnight, which is very odd. There was some thought about whether he's been part of this gang for all along, but we know that's not true. We know he's worked here for like 50 years, and he owed money to a gangster and just paid that gangster off. That's not someone who's part of an international gang. I see another M hotel here, 76. I'm just gonna look up this one in case. I think we found our hotel, surely. Yeah. Well, I mean, we could always bide our time by going to a couple more informants. We could go to the library and see if the library knows anything more about witches that would be useful to us. How about we do that while we're still chewing on ideas? Lomax is at the library. Let's just try that. Then we might have to pause and do some deep thinking after we take care of these informants. I'm thinking Lomax at the library might have some background information for us. Lomax explains to us that in the London Library there aren't ancient or alleged magical books. He advised us to turn to some specialized bookstores who can carry out a thorough search to find what interests us. If he remembers correctly in the Times today, there are a couple of them that can probably help us. We thank him and leave. Okay, that was not useful. What else do we have here? National Archives, legal and criminal documents. I wonder if he wouldn't have information on the gang. And Jonathan says maybe go to the Times and we can get information about who put the ad in. I think that's a good idea. I think we should go to the Times, Henry Ellis, and we should go to Disraeli O'Brien. Let's do those two. Henry Ellis at the Times, 30 EC, and then Disraeli, Criminal Documents 14 WC. Let's do those two. Okay, 30 EC, here's the Times. One of Henry Ellis's colleagues at the Times informs us that he's currently on assignment in France. The colleague, however, is eager to say more. Are you here about that humorous letter in the morning edition? We've received a veritable shipload of complaints over the spelling and so forth. It was my idea to publish the letter with errors and all, just as we received it from the nutter who penned and delivered it. Quite amusing, I thought. Who is this nutter? Oh, Arthur Skinner or Scanner or some such. I cannot recall precisely. I saved him the embarrassment of signing his name to the letter. I think he mentions living in the Borough or some such place. Arthur Skinner or Scanner? Arthur Skinner or Scanner? What letter, humorous letter? What are they talking about? The part about the witches? Are they talking about this? Oh, I see. Yes, he's misspelled gone. He's misspelled citizens. And he sent it a noble citizen and misspelled magic. I see. Okay. All right. So someone is hunting witches. Put a ad in, and now we're told who he is. Arthur Skinner, a scanner. All right. Let's try to find Arthur. See what he knows about all these witches. We know he's telling the truth. I think he's going to be that guy we killed, that we captured, though. Jonathan says, this is the witch hunter, though, right? Yes, sorry, you're ahead of me, Jonathan. Yes, that's going to be the witch hunter. But maybe we can search his house. So I don't see a scanner. How about Skinner? Skinner. There's an Alice Skinner. There's an Alice Skinner, 89 EC. Surely that's it. Skinner, Skimmer. Let's see if we can find anything else closely. Any other SCs? We're looking for an Arthur. And if we're looking for Skinner, well, and he said noble. I wonder if it's like Sir something. Surely we can find him, but how? Do I need to reread that? 30 EC. A noble citizen. Says Arthur Skinner or Scanner or some such. He mentioned living in the borough or some such place. The borough, is that an apartment block? A location, a neighborhood? What is the borough? Hotels, hospitals, boarding houses. The Borough Boarding House, 86 Southeast. The Borough Boarding House, 86 Southeast. A nice little clue. Boarding house. Anna was ahead of me. Okay. 86 Southeast. The landlady of the borough shows us to Arthur Skinner's room. He's an odd sort, she comments furtively. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be around when you start asking him questions. Without waiting for our reply, she hurries off. She need not have bothered. Mr. Skinner does not answer our calls. He might be in trouble, Wiggins suggests. He might have suffered some accident and require our assistance. While the rest of us keep our eyes peeled, Wiggins sets to work on the lock. I see. Oh, okay. We find a veritable pigsty smelling of old sweat and boiled cabbage. Look at this. Wiggins retrieves a crumpled piece of paper bearing the words in a surprisingly neat hand. Kurt Norwood, Sigrid Olsen, Imogene Ogilvy, Jean Fallon, Werner Fallon. Now that is interesting. That is interesting. The witch hunter has a list. His list does not include Lucille, but does include Kurt Norwood. Jonathan says, rather insightfully, that I forgot, this is the letter, the list from Northrop. Peter Northrop gave him this list. Is he the guy who's hunting? Why isn't Lucille on this list? Because Lucille is the guy, Peter's wife, I guess. Sigrid Olsen. Too bad there's no one else new here. Imogen Ogilvy. Jean Fallon. And Werner. But it is interesting that our dead guy is on this list. And we know this guy was killing off these people. Surprisingly neat hand. Probably not written by this guy. Probably the note that Peter gave him. And it says he had a knife, though, not a gun, as Jesse said. So it wasn't Norwood's killer. Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. And Sigrid is alive. Who is the dead people on this list? Hold on a second. I'm a little confused. Antina says, if I remember correctly, it was a letter and was delivered 3 days after his supposed suicide. Can you remind me about those details? I thought we were just talking about how we are told that by the killer that Peter gave him a list or told him. I don't remember any letter that was delivered. Can someone remind me about that? It's from when he was arrested. We caught him at Werner's house, 41 WC. Two men locked in a struggle. One of them has a broad kitchen knife. So he doesn't kill him with that crazy knife. That crazy knife was found, what, on the body or something. He says, death to witches. Old Peter Northrop gave me their name. Send in a letter would only arrive 2 days ago. Okay, that's a really good. You guys remember that because I had completely forgotten. So, 41 WC. Peter sent letter that arrived 2 days ago. That would be what? October 25th. With names. Names including our guy, Kurt Norwood's name. Not Lucille's name. And when did our guy die? But we don't know when. That's troublesome because we don't know how long the mail takes to arrive. What does our timeline say about the guy who committed suicide? October 22nd. Letter arrived October 25th. That's troubling. Troubling. And it says, I think Lucille had a pistol, didn't get to use it, just bewitched the young gang member to kill Norwood, and he needed 5 shots to kill him because he was a robber and not a murderer. Then tripped and killed himself. How about that? No, I don't buy it. I just as a meta question, if you're writing a mystery, you don't make the core of the mystery that someone bewitched and controlled this person. And if we've not been introduced to any even hint that someone could be mind controlled and told what to do. So, I mean, that's much too far a leap. Knew me from church, though. We went to St. Mary's Church. We didn't found an entry, or we did at St. Mary's Church. But we know where this guy lives. '86 Southeast is where the witch hunter lives in the borough. Interesting to send a letter. It would be interesting to know whether that letter really was sent by Peter. It makes sense. Military prison, hotel, London Bridge. No churches nearby there, though. The other witches said Lucille is a real talent and also evil. John says, let's reread the autopsy passage. Make sure all the wounds are from the same gun. Okay, our autopsy was Meeks, 38 EC. He says, 2 small caliber bullets pierced the victim's chest. That could be... No, that could be the Derringer. But then it says 1 bullet of the same caliber pierced his face under the eye. Another struck his leg. Final bullet entered his throat. The latter was the fatal shot. Rather a scattered array of wounds, Wiggins comments. We're about to leave when he says there's another body. Young man found in the bushes. Not far from Mr. Norwood's body. Apparently he tripped and fell while reloading a revolver. Reloading a revolver. So he fired 5 shots. He ran out of bullets. Fired 5 shots into Norwood. Ran out of bullets. He was scared. Like he he stumbled, the robber stumbled on Norwood conducting a magical seance of evilness and totally freaked out and put all of his bullets into him, and in total fear of what he saw and panicked. Maybe he saw a spirit possessing Norwood, or just there, or just saw Norwood naked doing some occult ritual, fired all the bullets into him in a total panic, turned, ran, trying to reload quickly because he sees some monster occult, trips and shoots himself. So what happened was, I think now, it actually is as straightforward as it seemed. Lucille was telling the truth. And I don't think our butler was ever there. That's why he doesn't say all the shots. Although I don't know why Lucille's lying. But can it not be that our butler knows he's going to meet Lucille? So he tells the gang members, 9 p.m. he'll be gone. Our guy decides last minute, Norwood, fuck that witch. I'm not going to bring her this book. I changed my mind. I'm going to do my seance tonight. I'm going to summon the demon. So he sends one of his other servants to tell her no. Then he starts his ritual. And then two things happen. The gangsters arrive to rob the place because they think he's going to be gone. The butler is hiding out in the hotel till it's all over. And Lucille is like, what the hell? I'm going to go get that book, confront him myself. So they all converge onto the Norwood estate. The robbers to rob it. Lucille to talk to him. The robbers are mainly in the house, but then one of the robbers, whose job is to just walk around outside or hear something, he hears something, he walks down to the garden, and he totally loses his mind when he sees Norwood naked conducting this ritual. Maybe he sees a demon, or maybe he just sees the guy doing magical death stuff with blades and, blood, and he totally freaks out. Shoots our guy 5 times in a panic, runs, is so scared about what's behind him, he's trying to reload and trips and shoots himself in the face. Lucille comes, steals the book. So what's not explained about that? One, how Lucille heard the shots. 2, why the body of Norwood wasn't found in the circle. And then Jonathan says, I still don't get why the butler is pointing to Lucille. The robbery was always going to point to the gang. In other words, the robbers always leave their calling card. That's a good point. Anna says, Lucille is very fortunate then. She's brought a pistol to kill Norwood for his book, and then the random robber does her job for her. Is it possible that Lucille confronts him, like shoots him twice, but it doesn't kill him, And then Jonathan says, I also don't get why involving us seems to be part of the butler's plan. Yeah, that's troubling too. I mean, the butler is sort of conflicted. He's warming his hands. He's the head butler. I'm the head butler to Mr. Court Norwood. I will keep no secrets, he says. What a load of crap. I suspect his obsession with magic precipitated his murder. Hmm. Hmm. Jonathan says, have we hit most of the clue points by now? We certainly haven't hit all of our informants, so I guess we should do a couple more informants while we're waiting. Let's go to the Criminal Records Guide, Disraeli, 14WC. Disraeli O'Brien steeples his fingers, a gleeful smile twists his mouth. Today I certainly have something of interest for you. For Mr. Kurt Norwood, no criminal record exists. For Miss Lucille Northrop, no criminal record exists. A trusted source of mine told me that an impeachable alibi attests that she was not responsible for her husband's death. For Mr. Peter Northrop, no criminal record exists. However, and he stabs his finger at the ceiling in mimicry of Mr. Holmes, consider this. Consider this. Mr. James Carow has served as 3 homes as a valet. As butler, he served at 2. Finally, he heads the household of Mr. Kurt Norwood. All of those homes suffered burglaries. One of these occurred while he was still employed there. In none of these cases was James Carow ever implicated. He spreads his hands. Make of that what you will. Okay, so now we know the theory that the butler is a core part of this gang is true. So we're told he works for 50 years as a butler, but he hasn't worked as 50 years for this guy. Apparently, his real job is robbing places. He just moves around. Okay, this is kind of big because not only does this now put the butler as a core part of this gang, but what else does it give us? It gives us one other key piece of important psychological information. And what do you think that is? What's the key psychological piece of information that we now know, given that he's worked in all these houses that suffered burglaries? I feel like Anna got tricked. She first was saying that Carol is clearly working with the burglars, maybe even the head of the burglars. And then when I convinced her out of it, now I've got to turn around and say he clearly is working with the burglars. I think the other piece of psychological information we now know is that I was saying, okay, he's worked for this guy for 50 years. He feels guilty or whatever. But if this is his lifestyle, this is what he does. He travels, he gets himself in, and then he robs them. He probably is not all that psychologically attached to his master, his boss, right? So it seems like he might not be filled with guilt. Jonathan, also your question is like, what's his motivation? He always knew the burglars would be involved. I'll tell you why. Because there's now been a murder. And the police are going to start hard looking for that gang and blame the gang, and maybe they'll catch on to him as part of the gang. So he's interested in throwing the murder blame off onto someone else. That's right. He's come to Holmes to be like, I think Lucille is involved in this and ended up killing him. He doesn't want the police and to figure out, to decide that the gangsters killed him. So it's that the gangsters ended up killing this guy, and he's afraid he's going to be implicated in the murder. Now it's a murder investigation. It's a whole different matter. He's gotten away with all these robberies because no one really cares so much about a robbery. But once someone rich and famous gets killed, now he's scared and had a story prepared, and he had to put all the suspicion on Lucille. He may have, I wonder if he even set up Lucille to stumble on the body. He wants her on the scene. So maybe he came to Lucille and was like, hey, the guy can't come to meet you. Maybe he's already dead. He probably didn't. Okay, wait. He didn't want the guy to get killed. He probably thought the guy was going to go visit Lucille. He thought the guy was going to go visit Lucille, so he planned the robbery of the gang. He thought he was gone, but he was really in the garden doing his ritual. Gang comes, freaks out, kills him. And then maybe he quickly drives to Lucille and says he's not coming. And then she comes over. Then what? Why does the butler say he heard one shot? And why does Lucille hear shots? Why lie about the number of shots? Yes. Why lie about the number of shots? Okay, what about this? It's similar to what I said before. The butler thinks he's going to be gone, meeting Lucille. The butler is holed up in the hotel. He's not on scene. The gang arrives. Before the gang arrives, our guy has other servants in the house besides the live-in butler. Decides he's going to do his ritual, sends a note, sends a messenger to Lucille saying he's not coming. And then it's coincidence that brings him doing a ritual and the robbers and Lucille's all there at the same time. The robbers break into his house. Remember, they create noise. They smash down the door thinking no one's going to be there. But he is there. He's in the garden 100 yards away. He hears the sound. He goes running naked from his ritual to the house. The robber sees him with bloody ritualistic stuff, totally freaks out, gets scared, fires a bunch of shots at him, runs, trips, fires himself. Lucille, meanwhile, at the same time, has been scaling the walls. She hears a bunch of shots, takes the book and runs. Is there anything inconsistent with that? The butler was either pretending, wasn't even on scene, so he just came to Holmes and made up a story. Is there anything wrong with that? Then Lucille heard the 5 shots that get fired into Northwood. She heard him getting killed. He was running up from the garden to his house because he heard people break in. Then the only person lying about the number of shots is the butler, and I think that's because the butler wasn't even there. And even if he was there, yeah, even if he was there, there's no reason for him to lie about the number of shots. And he's clearly lying about a bunch of stuff. John says, I think I figured it out. When they took the gun from the dead robber he had, just reloaded it, then fired one shot when he shot himself. Somehow this led to confusion when they think he was only shot once. Let me read this. This is interesting. When they took the gun from the dead robber, he had just reloaded it and fired one shot when he shot himself. Somehow this led to confusion and they think he was only shot once. They think Kurt was only shot once. When you say they, you mean the robbers stumble on, don't hear the shots? So you're saying the other robbers didn't hear the shots, came down, discovered their friend, the robber, collected the gun. The gun will only look like it was fired once. I like where you're going with this. What if we, yeah, I like where you're going with this. What if there's only the one robber? What if this gang is only 3 people? And the butler goes to the house to check on what went wrong, and he finds the one robber has killed himself tripping over his own gun. He sees that Northwood is dead. He makes the assumption, Jonathan says, that there's only one bullet missing from the gun. It's still not quite right, because if he leaves the loot, how did he pay? That's a good question. Well, maybe he took one bag of loot with him. I don't know why they didn't take the loot. The other thing is, if the robber's dead with a gunshot and Northwood is dead, that would be still at least 2 bullets. So that's a little weird. Yeah, that's what Marthinus says. It should have been at least 2 shots, but maybe the we know the butler is a criminal. What would he be trying to say? I like, Jonathan, your theory was wonderful about how he was reloading it, and so he filled in bullets. Why would the butler say? You could ask one question. Why would the butler say he heard 1 shot? And then you could ask separately, if he really did hear 1 shot, how would that make sense? I thought we were going to say, in some sense, what if the shootings were timed differently? Like, what if the butler leaves the house? How about this? The butler leaves and says, my master Northwood is going to be gone at 9 p.m. And then somehow Northwood gets killed with 5 shots earlier that evening, before the robbers arrive. And now the butler is there. Here's the 1 shot. And it's the 1 shot is just the robber tripping over himself. But then that wouldn't make sense because of the reloading. And it just says, for me, it would make more sense if the butler wasn't there, didn't know about the multiple shots. Maybe the butler assumed that Lucille stabbed him to death, and so there would only be 1 shot. Just 1 shot he hears, huh? I mean, he's so untrustworthy now. Last night I heard the sound of a firearm. I was slow to fully awaken. Maybe it's just he was slow to fully awaken. Sounds like the butler found the body. He says the body was there 100 feet, 100 yards. So he discovered it. Mr. Norwood was shot dead 100 yards from the magic circle. But it's very possible that the butler didn't see the other dead robber body because he was in the bushes. Although now we know he's part of the gang. Let's read some more informants while we keep chewing on this. Scotland Yard was Lestrade, he had nothing for us. Disraeli O'Brien, he had nothing for us. Births, deaths, marriages, and wills. Let's read that, 17 WC. Okay, no entry for 17 WC. Not relevant for our case. Edward Hall at the courts, we visited him. Porky Shinwell, we visited him. Henry Ellis, we visited him. The Police Gazette, 35 EC. Okay, maybe this is going to be some good information. No entry. Langdale Pike, the social columnist, 2 Southwest. Let's see if he has any information for us. Okay. My dear fellows, Langdale Pike replies in exasperated tones, I trade in gossip, slander, and scandal, not in ghouls, spirits, and spooks. All I can tell you about any of the characters you've mentioned is that Miss Lucille Northrop has a taste for controversy. Why, when she had only just married Peter Northrop, that was 20 years ago, she chanced upon gypsies who were trekking across the woods of their country estate. How did she respond? By discharging a pistol into the air. Yes, she just happened to be carrying one upon her person during her walk. After that, however, she has not been involved in anything that warrants my attention. Discharged a pistol into the air. Interesting. All right. We went to the carriage depot. We went to Lomax. We didn't go to the telegraph office. That's an unusual... That was added to this book, but let's just see. 37 EC, not in there. Okay, so the only 2 places we haven't gone to are Mycroft and Sherlock Holmes. Let's go to Mycroft, 8 Southwest. Let's see if he has anything funny to say for us. Here's Mycroft. Always can be counted on for something. He says, ghoulish matter, isn't this? Regrettably, it veers too far from my own area of expertise. And that is all we hear from Mycroft Holmes. Okay, last one. Let's go to 221B Baker Street and see if Holmes is there to tell us what he has been up to. There's a church near the boarding house and the ad about the lighter, if it has anything to do with silver. Okay, before we go to Holmes then, let's see what Tina is saying. There's a church near the boarding house, and then there's the ad at the lighter. Okay, where is the church near the boarding house? Borough House was 86 Southeast. Was there a church near there? I would like to find that church. A church that they went to, but I don't see any church near there. There's St. Mary's, 19 EC, but we didn't, I thought we decided that there was nothing there, you know. Is there some club, occultist club? Is there some occultist section of this directory? Religion. I know there is, I don't know if there is one, just a suggestion. Okay, let's try the magic lamps in the newspaper. Maybe, I don't know what that would have to do with our case, but it is one of the places we haven't visited. Magic lanterns was... the old version say more clearly. Where is this? A warning. This is not even in this. The adverts aren't even in the original. But there is a performance of Loretta Carnegie and Sean Galloway. Doesn't seem relevant for us. And these ads are not in the original, so they're not part of our case. All right, let's go visit Holmes. See if he found that cane. 42 Northwest. See if he has some clues for us. Miss Hudson opens the door for us and informs us that Holmes and Watson have gone out to meet with Inspector Lestrade on an urgent matter they needed to attend to. Holmes, however, left a message for us in case we came back. As I have told you several times, once the impossible has been eliminated, what remains, however improbable, must be the truth. That doesn't help us, Holmes. Oh, very interesting. We don't have to imagine there's any supernatural stuff going on here. We know the book is fake. Jonathan says, I'll go with the theory that the butler is trying to deflect the murder onto Lucille. I do like that idea. But then Lucille has come completely open with us about what happened. Everything she said has been the truth. She has no reason to lie then. Even though we know she has a gun. Though she might lie about firing the gun into the air or something. Can someone look up a Derringer? How many shots are in a Derringer? Just to make sure. I'm pretty sure you can't have 5 shots in a Derringer. She's telling the truth. She heard the shooting. I will say this about the coincidence. It's not a complete coincidence that all of this happened at the same time, that Lucille is on the grounds at the same time the robbers are, at the same time Northwood is. It's not a coincidence because that was the whole reason for all of this. The whole scheduling of the robbers was when Northwood was supposed to be gone meeting with Lucille. And the whole scheduling of Lucille being here is because the servant just told her he wasn't coming. So it's not a coincidence that they're all converged on this house at the same time. It's completely understandable. The robbers are scheduled to come at the same time Northwood is scheduled to meet with Lucille. And Lucille is there because that's when they scheduled to meet. It's just they were supposed to be at her house, and when he didn't show up, she's like, I'm talking to you right now. Getting that book right this instant. So that's not a coincidence. And it's also not so surprising that the robbers, their whole way of working is that they go when no one's there. And if someone's there, they fire shots. That's what was in the paper. Shots were fired when someone unexpectedly showed up while they were robbing a place. So it's not so surprising that the robbers came expecting him to be gone. He ran up after them, maybe naked and bloody, and the robber freaked out, shot him 5 times, ran, panicked, fell, shot himself in the mouth. And Lucille's just like, I'm out of here. She hears the shots and she leaves. The only inconsistent part of that then is the butler telling us he was sort of roused by hearing a shot. And maybe the explanation for that is just that he wasn't on the scene at all. And he's just sort of ad-libbing the shots and, you know, being inconsistent about it. Jonathan confirms the Dillinger only has 2-shot capacity. And then our question was, why is the butler doing this? Why is the butler coming to Holmes? Was it because of guilt, whatever? But we think no, he's just trying to quickly blame the murder on Lucille so that the cops won't focus on the gangsters. And maybe if you reread that introduction, Holmes has already figured it out. Like, let's look at this introduction for a second. Why act so violently? Miss Lucille came to the house to claim what she considers her property. And then Watson says, why would she act so violently? He says, I cannot say for certain, but at the end of October nears, perhaps she just needs her book. He opens his mouth to continue, but Holmes forestalls him. Thank you. That's it. That's enough. We can find you at Norwood's address should we require more information. Mr. Caro seems crestfallen. Of course. I think what we got here is Holmes realizes the butler's full of shit and did it. And the butler's like, oh, my prepared story's not going over so well. Okay, goodbye. I'm going to flee town. Jonathan says, I think one of the co-robbers must have seen Lucille and told the butler. We don't need to know that because the butler had to know that Northwood was scheduled to visit Lucille. That's how he scheduled the robbery. So, like the day before, Northwood told him, hey, I'm going to visit Lucille at 9 p.m. I agreed to meet her. That dumb witch, you know, she just won't take no for an answer. I'm going to go over there, tell her she can't have it. Butler's like, okay, good luck, have fun. And the butler organizes the robbery. It's just at the last minute, Northwood changes his mind. And that's what causes all of the havoc. The fact that our guy changed his mind at the last minute. Anna says, are we ready to solve it then? Well, we're certainly ready to take another 8-minute break. Let's take our 8-minute break and we'll come back and maybe we'll read the questions. And if anyone has any other ideas to talk about, when we read the questions, we may be forced to step back and reconsider. But let's take our 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll take a look at the questions. But if you've come up with something better in the 8 minutes, we'll consider it. Okay, we're back. We're pretty much ready to solve it. I can see in the channel that Anna did something on her own that we do sometimes do, which is skim through to see if we missed anything. Anna, you're saying you skimmed through and looked for anything we didn't circle. We went there. I'm just going to skim. If everyone's in agreement, then that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to skim through and see if there looks like there's anything significant that we didn't read. I do see something. Oh no, we did read this because we've marked it. We did read this because we marked it. We saw that. Okay, so as Anna said, we actually, being the completionists we found everything. That's reassuring. Okay, Jonathan says, okay, I think it probably is just trying to deflect murder guilt from botched robbery onto Lucille. Guess I'm not sure why they didn't leave town. That's the other thing I wanted to slightly, possibly amend my summary theory, which is I thought, let's reread Lucille's entry, 47 Southeast. She seems very cold-blooded, honest. She basically is telling us the exact truth, I think. Well, I don't know if she's telling the truth about... But I do wonder if... This part is actually interesting. The way I summarize what happened is he changed his mind about visiting Lucille, and so she came over, and that's how everything happened at the same time. But I do wonder about this line. Last night he was supposed to meet me here at my home. He did not. I waited patiently. But when his carriage arrived, he was not in it. Instead, he had the goal to send some servant to repudiate my demand. Now, what jumps out at me now when thinking about this is he only has the one live-in servant, the butler. Presumably the rest of them would have gone home. So it kind of feels to me like the butler has traveled out here to tell her he's not coming. And I'm not sure why the butler would do that, although maybe this happened after Norwood was killed. Maybe she shows up and they fire a couple shots in the air to scare her off. And then let's hear what she says. She says, I knew where Kurt has constructed his circle. The book was there, Kurt was not. I heard several shots being discharged in the distance. I recovered the book and departed. I guess it still makes sense to say that she stumbled on the scene where he was getting killed. It's just a little weird to me. It seems like it's not important for the case. She's describing it as if she heard the killing of Kurt. But it also feels to me like the butler came after the fact to tell her. So that's a little weird. Maybe they kill Kurt by accident and then they want to frame her for it. So she comes and then they shoot the shots. I don't know. But let's read. I think we're ready to... Do we agree we're ready to read the questions at least? Here they are. Are these the old questions or the new questions? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay, looks like they're just separated better here. So we're going to read the new version questions. Why not Norwood sent the butler to tell Lucille he's not coming? If Norwood sent the butler, then you'd cancel the robbery if you didn't think he was leaving. Okay, let's take a look at these questions here on this nice page. Who killed Kurt Norwood? Why was Kurt Norwood killed? What is the last known location of James Caro? What is the last known location of the Gaston Gang? Bonus questions. How is Harold Harrows connected to this case? How is Rodney Valentine connected to this case? And how did Peter Northrop plan to deal with the practitioners of magic he knew? These are fun questions. Okay, let's see if we can answer these. Rodney Valentine was the person that the butler owed money to. Shark owed money by the butler, which seems to go a little bit against our theory that the butler is a big part of this gang, but I think it's okay. Okay, how is Harold Harrows connected to this case? Harold Harrows is the witch hunter, right? The witch hunter. And then how did Peter Northrop plan to deal with the practitioners of magic? He was going to have the witch hunter kill them, I guess. And then he killed himself. Right? He provided the note to the witch hunter. Oh, Harrows is the author of the book, not the witch hunter. It's good you corrected me there. Harrows is the guy in the paper who's the criminal. Harold Harrows. Okay, he's the forger. Okay, how is Harold Harrows connected to this book? He's the forger of the book. He set all this in motion. Rodney Valentine is the loan shark owed money by the butler. I know you can't read that. Maybe our one-word thing is that he's the loan shark. And then Peter was the person who hired the witch, not hired, but told his friend, churchgoer, the list. Alfred Skinner or Scanner. Yes, you're right. Okay. Harrows is the forger. Okay, now these are scary. Who killed Kurt Norwood? Is our answer really just going to be the anonymous robber who shot in the face? Why was he killed? Yikes. We think he just stumbled on the robbery? What is the last location? Okay, we can answer both of these, right? These are both the same answer to that, which is the Metropolitan Hotel. Boy, question 1 and 2 is scary, though. Who killed him is going to be the robber. And why? Because he was spooked. I think that's our answer, but I'm not in love with it. But yeah, that's our answer. The dead robber shot him in panic, and he spooked the robber. That's our answer, huh? I mean, it's a little troubling because if you see a guy shot in the face and the coroner tells you, he probably tripped and shot himself, you would say, that sounds a little too convenient. Like if you find some guy dead, shot in the face, and you're told, he probably tripped and killed himself, you'd probably say, there's probably a suspect that did it and wants it to make it look like he shot himself in the face. But if you believe that, and then we also believe that the robbers took his gun, why? Is it possible the witch hunter did it? Is it possible the witch hunter shows up without a gun, steals the gun from the robber, shoots him in the face, then goes and shoots Northwood? Is it possible the witch hunter shows up, spooks the robber, who shoots himself in the face, John says, for the fun, headcam saying robber shot himself was actually Gaston. Okay. And Tina says, for some difference, I'm going to say that Lucille told the witch hunter. I like this idea. Let's dwell on this for a second. We know the witch hunter gets his letter 3 days ago. If mail is fast, then Antina's idea that maybe Lucille wrote the witch hunter. But can I point out something? A flaw with that? Peter is the church-going guy who's not into witchcraft. He's friends with the witch hunter from church. So I don't think Lucille would know how to write this witch hunter, crazy person from church. Only Peter, who's a church-fearing guy, knows that. Although we're told the butler is also church-fearing. Why was he struggling with a knife when we found the witch hunter? You mean if he had a gun? That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. I think we're ready to solve, but I wanted to check one more thing. When we went to see the records of Lucille, we're told where she got a gun from. I'm wondering, did Lucille come with her Derringer, shoot the robber in the face, then take his gun and use his gun to kill Northwood? What's the interesting story in the paper about how Lucille got her first gun? Was it Disraeli Criminal Documents 14 WC? What was the statement of, I guess it wasn't here. James Caro was never implicated. What was where did we hear about Lucille's gun story? Langdale Pike. Yes. Okay, let's just read this. She has a knack for scandal. She married Peter Northrop 20 years ago. She chanced upon gypsies who were trekking across the woods of their country estate. In other words, she found robbers on her estate. How did she respond? She discharged her pistol into the air. She just happened to be carrying one on her person during her walk. and not been involved in anything that warrants my attention. We were told by the madame that she pulled her pistol. But did she just pull her pistol? And the madame said there was someone else there. If we were to believe the madame, but the madame might be untrustworthy. She's only got 2 shots. So how does she can't be responsible for all 5 shots. Okay, I think our answers are correct. Okay, here we go. Final chance, everyone. Final chance. Final answers. Does anyone anything else they want to get on the record? If you watch the video Greg and I did about how to be a good cooperative teammate, one of my favorite videos, by the way, of all the videos I've made, that's one of the ones that I like the most. One of my suggestions was you get your position on the record officially, and then you let it go. And if you don't choose to do that action, that's okay. All right. Jonathan says he's good. Can I get a sign off from Anna and Tina? The 2 expelled still live versus the 2 who weren't. The killer tried to kill them, not the other 2. In other words, the killer is killing the real witches who were aligned with Lucille, not the others. That makes us think that Lucille didn't orchestrate the killer. Okay. Anna says yes, ready for answers. Okay, and Tina, are you ready to make your final statements? You've said everything you need to say. Okay. And then stick around, we'll give our opinions. Okay, here we go. We've written our answers. The dead robber killed, why he spooked the robber. They're in the Metropolitan Hotel, forger, okay. Here we go. Who killed, where's our thing? Who killed an unknown member of the Gaston gang? We got it right. 25 points. The key question we wanted to get right, we've gotten right. The one that we were scared about, we were scared it was Lucille, we were scared it was the butler, but it turns out it's going to be that guy. Okay, here we go. You ready to read more? I'm thrilled to have gotten that right. Here we go. Part 2. Long answer. James Carroll had contacted the Gaston gang and agreed that he would admit them to Mr. Kurt Norwood's house. At the time, he believed that his employer would honor his meeting with Miss Lucille Northrup, thus avoiding any confrontation between the owner and thieves. The door was forced to create a red herring. Unfortunately, Kurt Norwood reneged on his promise to Lucille Northrup. James Carroll must have learned this at a time when it was too late to contact the Gaston gang and cancel the arrangement. Kurt Norwood was conducting an occult ritual at his magic circle when the Gaston gang broke into the house. At some point, Kurt Norwood returned to the house and confronted the gang. When they saw Kurt dressed in his ritual regalia, they fled. In desperate fright, one of the 3 members of the Gaston gang fired frantically at Kurt Norwood, killing him. One of the members tripped during the flight, fell and shot himself in the face with the gun he was reloading, killing himself. The firearm was not recovered from the scene, so it's uncertain whether the man who fell was also the one who discharged the weapon. Okay. The robbers took the gun from the other one. Or maybe Lucille took it, doesn't matter. Where is the gang? In the Metropolitan Hotel, having escaped there with the Gaston gang? And then where is the butler or whatever? in the Metropolitan Hotel, since it is situated more or less halfway between the house of Roger Gerard and Court Norwood. The article in the Times confirms that Enrico Gaston enjoys housing the gang in lavish hotels. In the newspaper, there is the announcement made by the criminals to make an appointment with James Carroll, and that it is servant, let's meet at MH, Metropolitan Hotel, 24 points. So we got that right. We got that right. We got the first question. Sorry, I didn't read that properly to you. So this is saying, where were they in the Metropolitan Hotel? And then where was James Gaston at the Metropolitan Hotel? We got all of those right. Second series. Who is Harold Harrows? What's his responsibility here? He created the Magenta Book to appear as though it were written by the 16th century. We got 10 points there. Who is Rodney Valentine? James Carroll owes money to Rodney Valentine for an undiscovered reason. See the first item under the personal in the Times. So we got that right. He contacted, this is what was Peter Northrop's plan. He contacted a religious fanatic whose name is Arthur Skinner. He shared the names of all the practitioners of magic he was aware of, with the exception of his wife, and this man started to murder them. See these locations, plus 10 points. Okay, so, oh, it continues a little bit. All right. So we got it all right. All right, except this little detail that maybe the same guy who fired shot himself, or maybe someone else. I think he shot himself, but regardless, we got everything right. That's wonderful. Now let's see this little epilogue here. Holmes solved this investigation by following 4 leads. Lucille Northrop's house, Curry Norwood's house, Disraeli O'Brien, and the Metropolitan Hotel. His score is 100 points. To calculate your score, add up the points obtained by answering the questions, then count the number of leads you've followed. Then compare the number of your tracks to Holmes' 4 leads. In this case, if you have followed more leads than Holmes, subtract 5 points from your score for each additional lead. And then if you did it in less than Holmes... So basically, if you wanted to calculate scores, we'd be in trouble. And there is the book, the final book forged that started all this mess. And there you have it. The Magenta Book. Created by Marthinus Conradie, or Conrad. All right. So we shall take a 5-minute break. Come back. I'd like to hear your final thoughts. I'll give you mine. I'll see you in 5 minutes, not 8, 5. Okay, welcome back. 6 hours in to solve this case. The Magenta Book, previously known as the Spell Book. And we're going to give our thoughts here. Let me start with my thoughts for a bit, then we'll get to the channel a little bit. So I thought it was really good. Nothing, I don't think there's anything in this except for the typos that would differentiate it from a full published real case. It was more compelling and interesting than many of the real official cases. The dialogue and text was very good quality. The story was paced great. The characters were interesting. Everyone was behaving as you would expect them to behave. Sherlock Holmes and Watson and Wiggins, everyone behaved properly in the lore, despite the game telling us in the beginning, hey, people may not behave quite the way they would in Sherlock Holmes lore. That wasn't true. That was maybe to throw us off the trail, I'm not sure, but this felt every bit in length and difficulty and story and nature of the puzzles. Everything about it felt like a regular official case. Nothing jumped out except for the little bit of the typos. And maybe the fact that the newspaper was so useful. Loved the variety of clues and evidence. We got lists of people. We got little bottlenecks where we weren't sure where to go, and then we opened something up. There were some very satisfying parts where it was like MH. What would that mean? How would we find this person? We had cab rides that were interesting. Like, I thought it was really well done. I mean, so that's the first part. The first part is just really well done, really well written, compelling. But then the second part was that, like, as a story, thematically and in terms of sort of creep out factor, people are getting killed, the witch coven, very compelling, perfect story for us to play, but also just really interesting, fun characters. The Lucille, who's the witch coven organizing these witches, the competing people who want this book, the fact that the book wasn't real, it was a forgery, which I think leads me to my third thing that I really loved, which is I would have been okay with this being a case of real supernatural witches and spirits. I would have been okay with that when the game said in the beginning, hey, there are things, this is not necessarily in lore, in the same lore as Sherlock Holmes, it's considered separate, but I was ready to accept that it was supernatural. But in the end, the book was fake. You could just read this as all these people believing in witchcraft and believing in magic books, which indeed people do and did more even in that time. But really, that was not important at all for the story. It was just people killing each other for robbery, thievery, and trying to get their hands on this book and believing that the witches are evil. So we had a crazy religious fanatic. The only tiniest part of this game, which was a tiny bit supernatural, would be the woman doing the seance who saw some stuff. Maybe you could tweak that a little bit and make it a little more ambiguous. Although the person who's housing her clearly doesn't believe her and thinks she's a charlatan. But that was a fun little scene, fun element. And maybe you could turn that, if you're looking at ways to improve it, you could turn that down a little bit. The fact that we got the right answer, but agonized a lot about it and discussed it a lot and really went back and forth between a whole bunch of different theories. I mean, what more do you want? That's why we play these games, to have those debates and discussions and agonizing moments. I mean, before we answered it and leading up at several points during this game, we were all sort of agonizing about a theory that made sense. And right from the opening scene, we were confronted with facts that didn't make sense. And boy, is that not what you want in this game? You want right from the start to have facts that don't quite fit into place, that seem weird. And then throughout the game, you're coming up with theories. You're struggling to make sense of those facts. That's the most satisfying thing. And then at the end, we were really just holding the pieces together to come up with a consistent theory of the facts. And in fact, we did come up with our best shot at a consistent theory, and it was correct. And along the way, we went down some false paths of thinking this person's involved and they're not. What's their role? I mean, I don't know how you ask for better than that in terms of a totality of the experience. But I will talk about some things we could criticize and improvements you might make to the case. But first, let's check in on the chat and hear what other people thought. Jonathan Warner said, overall, really enjoyed it. Very strong start with lots of intrigue, interesting side story with the witch hunter. Coup points were all fun little scenes. Agree 100%. And it says, mixed feelings. Mostly it was interesting, lots of twists and humor, but I don't think all the details fit. And lots of, well, we don't know what happened, sorry. Okay. Jonathan says, nitpicks, as completionists, we might have enjoyed a longer clue chain to a more vital clue needed to finally piece everything together. I would have liked it to be clearer how shifting suspicion on Lucille would truly help them and the butler. And it said, I would also say the start was strong, the end not so much. The details didn't quite fit. And the murder doesn't make sense. We still don't know what happened. Holmes should know. I think the ending told us what happened. Basically, it just said, the only thing it didn't say for sure is if the guy shot himself in the face when he tripped or one of the other robbers fired behind him and shot him in the face. I think that's pretty minimal. But I will talk about two things that both Jonathan and Anna mentioned that I think are critiques, ways it could be better. There were some things that didn't quite make sense to us that I think you could fix fairly easily in the game. Let's go over some of them. Why did the butler come to us? Our best theory of that, in guessing the solution, and even in retrospect, if you knew the solution, would be that he was trying to throw suspicion onto Lucille, away from him. Away from the gang. I guess that makes a little bit of sense. Without him saying anything, no one would know Lucille. No, the cops might not know Lucille was after the book. Okay, so that's not the worst thing. But the part about him hearing one shot, that was weird and unnecessary, I think. I don't know that anything would be different if he just said, I heard some shots. or I didn't hear anything. That was the part about him hearing one shot really threw us, and it just threw us because we didn't know why he would say that. Well, I think most of our problems do have to do with this Butler thing. The other thing that threw us and didn't resolve completely satisfactorily is his relation to the gang. Like when we found he owed money and then paid it off, it made complete sense that he was working for the gang. And then the game sort of went further and said, oh, he's got a whole history of working in places that were robbed. And then it went further and said he was in the hotel with the two men the previous night and then left to visit us and then came back to the hotel. Those things were in conflict. Those are a bit contradictory. Is he a core part of the gang? Or is he owe money to a loan shark and is desperate for money and so is providing information for the gang? It doesn't really make sense that he's a core member of this gang and yet he works his years as a butler and he only robs a couple times per year and then moves on. I think it would have made more sense if the game didn't give us this evidence that he's living with the gangsters in the hotel overnight. I think it would have made much more sense to just have him meet, and then he's meeting them through the newspaper, which says servant meet at MH. It would make much more sense to just make it unambiguous, the details that he's providing them information. Don't make this weird confusion about how he's looks like he's hanging out, living with them, meaning he's part of the core gang. What else did I write down that was sort of troubling? I guess that was it, mostly to do with the butler and stuff. It was a little weird how the servant came to tell her that the meeting was off, but I guess that was okay. Anna says, well, I think we were agonizing about this so much because the details didn't fit and the murder didn't make sense. We still don't know what happened. Jonathan says, I lean more towards Jesse overall. I think the writer set up a very atmospheric, intriguing scenario, and I think he had a real talent where almost every clue entry was an entertaining scene. That's well said. That is very well said. Part of why I think this case was so enjoyable from my perspective was not just that I think the clues do make sense as a whole, they challenge you, but that every part of the clues and evidence and like the interviews with people, all of the places where we were given factual information that was important to us was also very entertainingly described to us. Whether it was that weird curved knife that didn't have any importance, but was atmospherically telling us about this witch killer, and the scene of the ritual and the magic circle, like it was a compelling mystery, but also very compelling narrative. And it says the ad in today's paper to go to the hotel, which he went to yesterday after the robbery. He knew where they lived. Why couldn't he contact the gang and tell them the robbery was off? Okay. I think Anna is finding tiny little flaws that do exist. They all seem to have to do with the butler. But it's not hard to imagine that the butler didn't know that he called off the meeting until it was too late. Like he may not have never found out about it. The butler may have been staying at the hotel or deliberately went to bed early or deliberately left the house so he wouldn't be there when the robbery occurred. But I think your point about the ad in today's paper to meet at the hotel doesn't quite make sense because we're told that he was at the hotel the previous night and seems like he stayed over at the hotel. That gets back to the thing about how close he is with the gang. It would have made more sense if you could I think it would make more sense if we separate the butler from the gang more. Just make him desperate for money. Don't make him staying at the hotel with the gangsters. Make the gangsters have to leave him messages about where to meet because he doesn't know how to contact them. He's not in tight with them. Jonathan says, I like some really important clues to be behind some chains. In other words, we have to work to get to the information. I think this was designed a little more towards players that want an optimal minimal turns. Yeah, maybe. I liked it. It's almost like a TV show or a movie where there were a couple of these side characters who were actually quite interesting and doing stuff, scary stuff that we weren't sure of what they were up to. We had to trace down the witch hunter killer and then the other witches in the coven. We weren't sure where their alliances were, and then one got killed. And there were the booksellers, and then there was the book forger. It might have been nice. This gets exactly what Jonathan said was chains to get to information. It might have been nice if we dragged out the forger a bit. And I'll go further than that. On a very close related note, there were a bunch of key clues that we got just by following an address in the paper. There were a lot of clues that the paper directed us to that didn't require us to figure anything out. We just went to the locations in the paper. In fact, as another example, the two witches in the coven we found because we traced the cab ride to one of them, and then one of them told us about another one, and then the book. But they were also directly provided as addresses in the newspaper. We call that redundancy of clues. We call that overdetermination of clues. So there was a bunch of clues that were overdetermined. The newspaper sent us to them, and then a more clever deduction sent us to them. Those should not have been in the paper. Those two witches in the coven that the paper had references to should not have been in the paper. You should have needed to use your chain of deduction to find them. The same is the case for the forger. Right from the start when we read that newspaper, I knew there's probably a forged, the book was probably forged, and that was probably causing some trouble. It might have been more fun. First of all, it would have been more fun if we had to work harder and to use some deduction to figure out how to find this forger. Maybe you find that some guy is going to lots of the bookstores looking for samples of old books. Maybe you trace him down to a stationer where he's buying old paper. And then maybe you go through a couple more leads. Maybe you find some criminal records of someone who's arrested for forgery, whatever. And you put together the pieces and finally track him down and he admits it. Or you find him in jail. That would have been nice and rewarding and enjoyable. I think that would be a major way that I would do it. It's interesting. The difficulty in terms of settling on a final solution was really nice and hard and agonizing. But I think the newspaper gave us too many leads directly pointing to people, and what Jonathan said, it would have been nice if we needed to use a little more chains of reasoning to solve some of this. The forger, most importantly, and also, though, related to forger, the forger was just a side story. It wasn't important in our main story. I think it would have been fun if it was more part of the story. Like the guy tries to run the ritual and it doesn't work, and there's some arguments about that, and and you're not sure, is it because the book was forged, or is it because the magic and occult stuff isn't real? That might have been fun. Jonathan says, I think this person has the talent to get published, and most of these little nitpicks would get ironed out through bigger playtesting. Absolutely true. Anna seems to agree. Please write a whole box. We'll playtest it. I think that's all true. These are exactly the kinds of, in fact, much, much worse problems we've seen in real published boxes. But everything we're talking about is exactly the kind of thing that might get ironed out by some playtesting and a publisher. But this could absolutely go into a full published box. In fact, let's go further than that. There is clearly a real appetite for supernatural, occult, Cthulhu, mystery, scary, horror themed Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective games. Mythos Tales was a whole box set in a different world, but using the system. We saw Bureau of investigations into Arkham and elsewhere. Got lots of attention just purely on the theme. This would make a wonderful case in a whole box of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective occult themed cases. That is very appealing concept, and lots of people would love to play it. And this was a fantastic case in that world, more enjoyable than the true supernatural cases that we've played in Mythos Tales or Bureau of Investigation. The fact that this was sort of ambiguous about whether the occult stuff was real, to me, that's the sweet spot. So for me, this was a home run. And it says, good teamwork. Thanks to everyone. It was great play. Interesting discussion. I have to go now. Good night. I do think we had some great discussions and debates here too, which for me is the hallmark of a good, well-designed case. That was fun. It helped that I was largely right about my final theories, but I do agree that the discussions around this were really enjoyable and fun. It helps to be right at the end too. Otherwise, you might. One is a little biased about these cases if one gets them right and felt like they were hard. Like you took a chance. It did feel like taking a chance. We were not sure of the answer. Okay, and Tina Loga says, thanks everyone. Had a great time. The horror games for October have been enjoyable. They have been surprisingly enjoyable. All right, any final thoughts before we sign off here? I don't know if this person has made other games, but I'd absolutely be willing to play them. Please don't make cases set in this font on this color background again. The Yastari idea of formatting the pages on this impossible to read stuff, tiny font, colored background, that has to go away. That was a terrible, terrible decision by Astari. Thankfully, Space Cowboys gave it up. I understand wanting to make things more pretty, but don't do it anymore. No one should be doing that. All right, any other final thoughts before we sign off here? Very fun. Very fun. John says the images were nice. You can still find them and add them to your play doc. Yeah, all of the images, and the double column is nice too, although I don't think that's essential. All of the Sherlock Holmes public domain images, I mean, the cover for this was fantastic, and the illustration of Lucille was pretty great. All this stuff here was great, but we just don't need it to be in this font. And it doesn't need to be in this tiny a font, doesn't need to be in this font, and it definitely doesn't need to be on this background that makes it even harder to read. Highly recommended. Highly recommended to people who want to play a print and play fan case. I'm not sure what version I would recommend, the old or the new. I don't think anything was changed that was important. It's clear they added a couple places that were dead ends in the original just to help you wrap it up. All right, Jonathan, Anna, and Tina, pleasure to have everyone here today. Jonathan says, part of me wanted to get this played before Postmortem London Gothic, so it would not be overshadowed. Well, it was a very good decision to play this, Jonathan. Thank you for bringing it to us. Yeah, I think this would stack up against any published Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective case. Absolutely. You could argue that there are other cases that might be better logically, but if you put both of those things in the basket, it's not just the logic and the quality of the mystery to solve, but also the theme, the atmosphere, the story, the characters. This has got it all, and in balance, just super enjoyable. Okay, we should probably sign off here. Anything final to say, Jonathan, before we sign off? Stay tuned to the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel that you can find a link to in the community tab if you want to help us decide which games to play next. I'd like to keep playing more fan games. They don't have to be as good as this. We'll play some fan-made games that are first attempts by people. This feels like it probably wasn't a first attempt. It was too good for that. All right. Thank you for joining me. We'll see you next time.